right, keep me updated. We'll go with 1 minute and 30 for now.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, man, we'll go here in about 2 minutes.
Okay.
29 remaining owners forced to sell his club. The latest in the running, Floyd Mayweather would like to buy the Clippers. Joining P. Diddy, who came out today, and Rick Ross also would like to buy the Clippers. Any interest over there, Gordo, buying the Clips?
I think it'd be kind of fun to be a team owner. I think you and I could do that.
I've got like $37 on me right now.
Somebody got.
I've been saving. I got about $50K.
Do you really?
No, I'm totally kidding.
By the way, you got your kids' college education fund there available for us.
Well, I married Whitney for her money.
Now, Greg Miller released a statement today. Of course, CEO of the LHM Group. So, Gordon, you have that. Why don't we go ahead and read that?
Quote, on behalf of the Miller family, we support the decisive action by Commissioner Silver and the NBA to reaffirm that there is no place for racism and hatred in our league. The Jazz organization and all the teams in the NBA should act as national leaders in promoting inclusiveness and diversity. We have a responsibility in our communities to fight against discrimination and ignorance and showcase sports as an example of respect and tolerance. While this situation is inexcusable, I hope it serves the greater purpose of reinforcing our vigilance against society.
And by the way, in case you missed it, every single owner in the NBA has sounded off Adam Silver decision today, which obviously for Donald Sterling just
there seems to be some
Stand by, guys.
there are legal grounds for Donald Sterling to drag this into an epic legal battle.
Wolverine baseball is on. 97.5 The Zone is proud to present UVU baseball on 960 AM KOVO Provo. Now, here's James Warnick with the call.
Go ahead, guys.
Hello again, everybody. It's Jordan Bianucci alongside James Warnick as we bring you Utah Valley Baseball on the radio tonight as they will take on Brigham Young from here at Brent Brown Ballpark in Orem. And it's the second time that UVU has faced BYU this season. They took one game over at Miller Park earlier this year, but tonight should be a good one, James.
Yeah, it definitely should, Jordan. And as you said, Utah Valley won the previous season meeting over at Miller Park in Provo, 8-3. The Wolverines kind of took it to the Cougars there in the late innings, and Devin Nelson, the senior right-hander, started and won that game, pitching in the ninth inning for Utah Valley against the Cougars. He'll take the ball again tonight for Coach Madsen's Wolverines. So Utah Valley will be hoping to get a quality start out of the senior right-hander Devin Nelson here again tonight, as Nelson will take the hill for Utah Valley. The Wolverines will enter the game. The Wolverines are hot right now, Jordan. They've won 5 in a row, 19-22 overall. BYU on the flip side, the Cougars have won 2 in a row. They took their last 2 games. They've actually been off were off last week, but their last series against Loyola Marymount, they won the final 2 games of that series, so they've won their last 2. They're 16-25, but it should be a fun one here at Brent Brown Ballpark in Orem tonight.
It always is when it's these two teams on the field, just separated by a few miles to the east. We will now pause for our national anthem and come back with the starting lineups right after this. You're listening to Utah Valley Baseball on the Wolverine Sports Network.
Captain Sorensen here for the guaranteed best meatballs anywhere. Firehouse Subs Meatball Sub.
King of the meatballs, that's for sure.
Without equal.
Well, technically, the Firehouse Meatball does have an equal. The Firehouse Meatball Sub you eat today is just as amazing as the one you'll eat next week, and every week after that.
So basically, they're co-rulers. Is that what you're saying?
I'll put it this way. Nothing compares. And no wonder, Firehouse Meatballs are specially blended with premium ground beef and pork, aged Parmesan cheese, toasted breadcrumbs, and Italian spices. And the crown? Our zesty marinara plus melty Wisconsin provolone. And the throne, please? Our perfectly toasted private recipe sub rolls. It's the classic Firehouse Meatball Sub. Guaranteed to be the best meatballs you've had anywhere. Try it today, only at Firehouse Subs. Take one bite. Our way beats their way. If you don't agree, it's free.
Look for us on Facebook, Twitter, and FirehouseSubs.com.
Firehouse Subs, founded by firemen.
Game management is brought to you by the Les Olson Company. The difference between success and failure can come down
Jake,
to
maybe
game
throw in
management.
an extra minute of commercials if you can. They're being pretty slow
All
at
of
the
your
anthem
document
here.
needs
Okay, we'll do.
is vital to the success of any business. Les Olson Company provides its partners with a full range of document management solutions backed by a veteran team of professionals. More than paper and ink, more than hardware and technology, this is a partnership. Visit us online at lesolson.com. Les Olson Company, your business empowered.
I'm Tom Shane. You wouldn't buy a house just by looking at the real estate listing. You need to see the house, know its true condition. Likewise, you can't tell if a diamond has any sparkle just by looking at its lab certificate. Diamonds with the same lab grade have different amounts of sparkle depending both on their cut and where the inclusions are located inside the diamond. Most other jewelers buy their diamonds based on lab grade without seeing how much they sparkle. At Shane Company, we go to the diamond cutters, where the diamonds are first sorted by grade, and then we hand-pick the diamonds with the most sparkle from within each grade. You'll see that Shane Company diamonds sparkle more than other jewelers' diamonds with the same lab grade. Shane Company, direct diamond importers, at the corner of State Street and 7200 South. Open weekdays till 8, Saturday till 5, closed Sundays. Online at shaneco.com.
UVU fans love their athletics. You know that they love to stay at La Quinta Inn across the street from UVU? Yes, that's right. With La Quinta's Bright Side Breakfast, free wireless internet, workout room,
How close are we, guys?
indoor pool and spa, great rooms, and friendly
We
staff,
are actually pretty.
lots to love.
Another 30. We can do another 30.
UVU fan and
Okay, we'll do.
Thank you.
week in Orem. Captain Sorensen here for the guaranteed best meatballs anywhere. Firehouse Subs Meatball Sub.
King of the meatballs, that's for sure.
Without equal.
Well, technically, the Firehouse Meatball does have an equal. The Firehouse Meatball sub you eat today is just as amazing as the one you'll eat next week and every week after that.
So basically, they're co-rulers. Is that what you're saying?
I'll put it this way. Nothing compares. And no wonder Firehouse Meatballs are specially blended with premium ground beef and pork, aged Parmesan cheese, toasted breadcrumbs, and Italian spices. And the crown? Our zesty marinara plus melty Wisconsin provolone. And the throne, please? Our perfectly toasted private recipe sub rolls. It's the classic Firehouse Meatball sub. Guaranteed to be the best meatballs you've had anywhere. Try it today, only at Firehouse Subs. Take one bite. Our way beats their way. If you don't agree, it's free.
Look for us on Facebook, Twitter, and firehousesubs.com.
Firehouse Subs, founded by firemen.
Let's get back to the game. Here's James Warnick and more UVU baseball on 960, The Zone.
Well, welcome back here to Brent Brown Ballpark in Orem. We're getting you ready for first pitch here. Two in-state teams about to do battle, I should say. The Utah Valley Wolverines hosting the BYU Cougars here in Orem.
Yeah, James, as we begin the second game, we've seen BYU this season as the coaches meet at home plate with the umpires and go over the ground rules. We're just running a bit late for first pitch. And here comes UVU right now. They will take the field. On the mound tonight for Utah Valley, we mentioned his name earlier. It's Devin Nelson, the midweek starter for the Wolverines. He faced BYU back in Provo, pitched well, went 8 1/3, gave up 3 earned runs, walked 2, struck out 3, and that performance from Nelson was really the reason UVU won that ball game. We will now pause for our national anthem, presented tonight by the Cascade Elementary School Choir.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise and move your caps as we honor America. Here to perform the national anthem, please welcome Royal Wolverine fans from Cascade Elementary School.
Beautiful rendition of our Star Spangled Banner as we get ready to play baseball here. An evening start in Orem. It's Utah Valley and Brigham Young. And who do we have around the diamond for UVU, James?
Jordan, as we talked about, it'll be Devin Nelson getting the start on the mound for Utah Valley, senior right-hander out of Spanish Fork. Nelson got the win at BYU a couple weeks ago. I guess it's been about a month. It was April 1st. The Wolverines won that game 8-3. Nelson pitched 8 1/3 innings of work in that one, and was very, very good as he gave up just 3 earned runs. But behind him defensively, it'll be Seth Rainier doing the catching for the Wolverines. At first base, it'll be the senior Riley White. At second, Grayson Bogdan. At shortstop, Cam Zollinger. At third, it'll be Zach Slesk. In the outfield for the Wolverines from left to right, it'll be Cade Andrus getting the start in left field tonight. Jordy Hart in center field, and Sean Moish out in right.
We usually see Craig Brinkerhoff out there in the outfield, but he pulled a hamstring. He is available off the bench if needed tonight, though. So Cade Andrus, getting that start in left field. For the Cougars, what do we have, James?
And for BYU, visiting Cougars in this one, it'll be Brennan Lund, the leadoff batter. He'll bat first and play center field. Hitting second for the Cougars, it'll be Eric Urey. He'll play in left field. Batting third and playing third, it'll be Dylan Robinson. The cleanup batter for the Cougars will be Brock Whitney. He'll be play at first base. Kelton Caldwell will hit fifth. He's in right field tonight. Brett Lopez will bat sixth. He's a designated hitter for BYU. Hitting seventh, it'll be Jarrett Jarvis, the catcher. Batting eighth, Parker Starr, the second baseman. And the shortstop, Hayden Nielsen, will round out the Cougar order.
So we are just about ready to go here as Devin Nelson finishes his warm-up pitches. And it is a cool, crisp night here in Orem. The wind blowing out towards center field right now. So as we've seen last week, when UVU faced the Utes of Utah here, the wind was blowing out with gusto. And if you get that ball up in the jet stream, it's going to go a long ways. So Devin Nielsen will try and keep the ball down here while that wind is gusting out towards center. Good crowd on hand. Here comes Lund, the left-handed hitter. First pitch, fastball outside. 1 ball, no strikes. First pitch, or rather the time of the first pitch, is 6:06 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Game time temperature, 48 degrees. Nelson from the windup, the 1 ball pitch. Swung on, little looping liner into left. That's a base hit. It's going to one hop in front of Andrus in left field. And Lund is on base to begin this ball game.
And if you're BYU, that's exactly what you want to do. You want to get the leadoff man aboard, especially to lead off the game. And that's what Brennan Lund is able to do as he lined a pitch out into left field for the leadoff hit.
A lot of these Cougars hitting well this year. Brennan Lund, who, as we mentioned, just reached, was hitting 306. Here's Eric Urey at 309, hitting from the left side. Short lead at first by Lund, held on by Riley White over there. First ball fastball, misses down and in, and it's 1 ball, no strikes.
When you talk about BYU, number their players hitting well this year. I was looking earlier, and the Cougars have the 75th best batting average, team batting average in the nation. Team batting average hitting 282 on the season.
Throw over to first, back in diving is Lund. So Nelson will have his hands full tonight. It's interesting. We'll see how the Cougars come out. They haven't played for 10 days. With that kind of layoff, it is sometimes difficult to get going at the plate again, get into that rhythm as there's a foul tip of a breaking ball, and it's 1-1. Devin Nelson will come with a mixture of an upper 80s fastball, slider, curveball change. Really likes to throw that slider, though. Man on first, nobody out. No score, we're just underway here in Orem. UVU, BYU. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball swung on, chopped to second. This could be 2. Bogdan to short. On to first, double play. So Devin Nelson gets exactly what he needed. A 4-6-3 double play. Nice turn from Cam Zollinger at shortstop. And there are 2 away and the bases are empty for Dylan Robinson.
Hey, you said that one perfectly there, Jordan. Is exactly what Nelson needed, exactly what the Wolverines needed. Just a standard 4-6-3 double play there. A couple hops right to Bogdan, the second baseman. Easy flip to Zollinger. Zollinger Throw it over to White at first, and plenty of time to get Yuri coming down the line as the Wolverines have 2 quick outs here in the top of the first.
So here's Robinson hitting from the left side. First pitch fastball, misses down low, 1-0 to him. The Wolverines putting on maybe what you'd call a semi-shift. Bogdan at shortstop is on the outfield grass and pulled way over to the right. At third base, Zach Slesk is about 20 feet off that third base bag. Ball misses away, and it's 2-0. So Devin Nilsson got that double play ball. We've yet to see him really command his pitches, though. No score, top of the first. Nelson back into the windup, the 2-0. Fastball down low, 3-0 now to Robinson. Your home plate umpire tonight is Mike Reimer, Randy Upton at first base, and Al White down the line at third.
Jordan, I talked a minute ago about BYU's team batting average, 75th in the nation. Well, Dylan Robinson, the batter, he's 25th in the nation in batting average.
3-0 misses down low to him, so he will not improve that batting average. It's not an official at bat, but he takes 4 straight balls, and none of them were close from Nelson. So now he has to face Brock Whitney with a man on first base and 2 out.
I would assume there Nelson was being careful a little bit there with Robinson as 4-pitch walk. Robinson takes first.
Whitney hitting .333 on the season. 1 home run. 25 men batted in. Hitting from the right side, bent at the knees. Nelson back into the stretch. Now throw over to first base, and a low throw. Picking it up was Riley White there. Back in safely. Dylan Robinson. Should Whitney reach, it would be Kelton Caldwell, the left-handed hitter. Nelson again throws over to first base, so Whitney yet to see a pitch here from the Wolverine right-hander. Devin Nelson, the midweek starter for the Wolverines. He will come out of the bullpen every once in a while during the weekend, but he is reserved usually for that midweek start, such as tonight. The pitch, way outside, a fastball missing, and it's 1-0. So Nelson having a tough time right now finding the strike zone.
He's throwing those 5 straight balls. He threw the 4-pitch walk to Robinson now, and that one way outside to Whitney. Let's see if Nelson can kind of battle back and find the strike zone here.
Playing very deep and left is Andrus, I beg your pardon. Deep and right is Moish. 1-0. Curveball right there at the belt. 1 ball, 1 strike. It really wasn't a terrific breaking ball from Nelson. Taking all the way, though, was Whitney, and it's 1-1 to him. The Wolverines in the alternate green tops tonight with the Wolverines script across the chest, the white trousers, and green hats with the white brim. Green stirrups. BYU with the alternate blue tops and blue hats, gray trousers. The 1-1 pitch coming. 1 man on, 2 out. Here's a chopper to the shortstop. It's going to get through for a base hit. Zollinger was playing towards the hole. So going first to third. Here's the throw into third base. He's safe. The ball actually bounces off the back of Robinson and caroms down the line toward home plate. But a 2-out base hit off the bat of Brock Whitney. He reaches second on the throw to third. So the Wolverines are in a jam now early on. Whitney took advantage of a pitch that was just up in the zone and grounded it into left center field. And then he took second on the throw to third base. So Whitney at second, Robinson at third. Here is Kelton Caldwell, the left-handed hitter. Now time is taken, and Rainier, the Wolverine catcher, will run out and have a word with Nelson. Caldwell hitting .305 this season, .306 with runners in scoring position, so essentially the same average. He has struck out 27 times, though he has 5 home runs and 31 runs batted in. Caldwell, with the wind blowing out towards right center, if he could get one up, it could fly a long ways. The pitch. Slider, strike 1. I say a slider. I believe that was a curveball, actually, from Nelson. 1 strike to count to Caldwell. The inning began with Brennan Lund singling. And then he was erased from the base paths on a 4-6-3 double play off the bat of Eric Urey. Robinson then walked, and a single followed by Whitney. And here we are, second and third to Caldwell. Ground ball, fouled on the first baseline, little chopper. So quickly 0-2, and Nelson is ahead of the hitter. The sun's shining here in Orem as the shade, and I should say the shadow now, starts to protrude into the batter's box. And as we get closer to sunset, the harder it will be for the hitter to see. Right now, the hitter just in the sunlight. No balls, 2 strikes the count. 2 men on, 2 men out, top of the first, no score. Slider down low taken by Caldwell, and it's 1-2. A nice stop there by Seth Rainier. Of course, 0-2, you don't have to come into the strike zone. Try and get that hitter to chase, but a pass ball here would mean a run for the Cougars. Nelson working from the stretch with men on second and third. Playing way shaded to the right and center is Jordy Hart. 1-2 pitch. Fastball down in it. It gets away from Seth Rainier. It caroms all the way near the UVU dugout. Now the man from second's going to come home. Rainier never saw the baseball, never broke for it, and Wolverine gets 2 runs. And Seth Rainier now is arguing with the home plate umpire, Mike Remmer, saying it hit him. It was a dead ball. And you have to think it was because the ball caromed from right to left. So the Cougars scored 2 runs on what will be ruled as a wild pitch. However, that slider bore down, and now the umpires are going to have a meeting. All 3 of them are going to come in. And James, I originally thought it was a wild pitch, but as soon as as soon as Rainier was pointing at the hitter Caldwell, you have to think it hit him just the way the ball bounced.
And that's exactly what I was going to say, Jordan, especially watching Rainier, the Wolverine catcher's reaction there. I mean, knowing the ball got away, you think the catcher's always going to instantly go after the ball, go to the backstop and get it. And he starts pointing, and he wasn't really going after the ball. And then he kind of started saying, hey, I think he's probably saying, it hit him. And then the second run starts to come around, and he starts to kind of jog to get the ball. But he was trying to plead his case. So watching Rainier's reaction, you would assume that it hit the batter there. So let's see. The umpires have gotten together. They're all kind of conferring amongst one another, and we'll see what the call is.
If it's ever close, you always see Rainier head out, and now they're going to say it did. It hit him. So now here comes Mike Littlewood. He can't be happy, the Cougar head coach, but I believe, and we don't have the benefit of a television replay, but I believe that is the correct call, just by judging from the BYU hitter. In fact, Kelton Caldwell never even said a word. He stepped out of the box, let the runs come home, never argued, never said, no, it did not hit me. Of course, we can't tell if he said that or not, but he never turned to Mike Reimer. He just let the play go on, and usually if the catcher's pointing at something, saying that ball hit him, the batter, if it didn't, you would think would argue back. But the rule, and I think that's a good call from Mike Reimer, the home plate umpire, and now Mike Littlewood still having a conversation out there with all 3 umpires. But I think that's a great job. I think it's easy to stick with what you thought it was, Mike Reimer, and let the play go on, or let play go on. But if you bring in the crew and you can talk about it and then come to the conclusion that in fact you were wrong, that's a sign of a good crew to me. A mature umpiring crew. But it was ball 4.
Yeah, the Wolverine fans will take it as the runners go back to second and third. Mike Littlewood still a little upset about that call, as he thought both runs should have scored.
Oh, sure.
And had scored, and the umpires decided to reverse the call and say it hit the batter. So Caldwell's given first base. Bases loaded. No runs have come home.
Here's the no count pitch as the scoreboard is yet to be cleared. I got into trouble there, James. Curveball in there for a strike, 0-1. And you can't blame Mike Littlewood, the head coach of BYU. You hardly ever see a call like that overturned. So Littlewood, understandably upset. Bases loaded, though. The Wolverines still in trouble, and it hit him. So Devin Nelson, a curveball slipped out of his hand, it looked like, and he hit him in the two hit batsmen.
Yeah, that's not the pitch Devin Nelson's trying to throw there. As you said, Jordan, it looked like a curveball, just kind of slipped out of his hand, didn't break, and hit Lopez, the Cougar designated hitter, kind of right up in the top of the shoulders, kind of up towards the top of his back, and he'll take one for the team, head down to first base, and the run comes home. He'll pick up an RBI on the play.
So Robinson comes in to score, Whitney to third, Caldwell to second, and Lopez at first. Here is Jarrett Jarvis, the right-handed hitting Cougar catcher. First pitch, fastball chopped up the middle, ranging over is Bogdan. He has it. Now he's not going to have a play. He wisely eats it. Run's going to try and score. They got him. He's out. So one run comes in on the infield base hit. However, the Cougars tried to put another home, and Bogdan threw him out from second base. So already a wild first inning here at Brent Brown. The Cougars lead it 2-0 as we head to the bottom of the first inning. You're listening to Utah Valley Baseball on your Wolverine Sports Network.
I'm Tom Shane. House, just by looking at the real estate, you need to see the house, know its true condition. Likewise, you can't tell if a diamond has any sparkle just by looking at its lab certificate. Diamonds with the same lab grade have different amounts of sparkle depending both on their cut and where the inclusions are located inside the diamond. Most other jewelers buy their diamonds based on lab grade without seeing how much they sparkle. At Shane Company, we go to the diamond cutters, where the diamonds are first sorted by grade, and then we hand-pick the diamonds with the most sparkle from within each grade. You'll see that Shane Company diamonds sparkle more than other jewelers' diamonds with the same lab. Shane Company, like Diamond Importers, corner of State Street and 7200 South. Open weekdays till 8, Saturday till 5, closed Sunday. Online at shaneco.com.
Game management is brought to you by the Les Olson Company. The difference between success and failure can come down to game management. Partner with the pros at Les Olson Company to manage all of your document needs. Managing the flow of information is vital to the success of any business. Les Olson Company provides its partners with a full range of document management solutions backed by a veteran team of professionals. More than paper and ink, more than hardware and technology, this is a partnership. Visit us online at lesolson.com. Les Olson Company, your business empowered.
Now back to UVU baseball only on 960 The Zone.
Well, welcome back here to Brent Brown Ballpark in Orem. James Warnick, Jordan Vianucci here with you tonight. 2-0 Cougars as we head to the bottom of the first. BYU managed to score 2 runs before the Wolverines were able to cut the run down at the plate to end the inning. For BYU, starting the game on the mound, it'll be the senior right-hander Desmond Polson. Polson 4-5 win-loss record, 4.73 ERA. It's his 13th start of the season. Pitched 66 and 2/3 innings of work, struck out 39, walked 28. Opponents hitting .291 off of Polson. Behind Polson defensively for BYU, it'll be Jarrett Jarvis doing the catching, Brock Whitney at first base, Parker Starr at second, Hayden Nielsen at short, and Dylan Robinson at the hot corner at third. In the outfield for the Cougars, it'll be Eric Urey in left, Brennan Lund in center, and Kelton Caldwell in right.
Thank you very much, James. And a wild top half of the first where the Cougars score 2 after a hit batsman is called, a wild pitch overturned after the umpires get together. Ultimately, the Cougars score 2 on 2 hits. First pitch to Hart is up and in. 1 ball, no strikes to the right-handed hitter. Good crowd on hand. Looks closely, or looks to be about a sellout here. Brent Brown, of course, holds about 5,000. 1-0 is down low. 2-0 now to Hart. That is 5,000 can fit in here. That includes the grassy berm that extends beyond the third base dugout and all the way around to left center field.
Yeah, I think there's 2,500 seats, and the seats look mostly full, and then there's a lot of people starting to spill out onto the berm.
2-0 fastball hits hard in the left shoulder, and so he will reach base to begin the Wolverine first.
Jordy Hart hit by the pitch there. That one hurt a little more than a couple of the BYU batters got hit back in the top half of the inning, but Hart, the leadoff man aboard for the Wolverines as Polson plunks the leadoff man.
So neither pitcher looking sharp to begin this ball game. Here's Rainier hitting from the right side. Hart, good speed at first base. about 3 steps off the bag, held on by Whitney. That wind continuing to gust, low with gusto out towards right field, you could say. Curveball misses down low. Looked pretty good from up here. 1 ball, no strikes to Rainier. Polson will come with a high 80s, low 90s, I beg your pardon, fastball. Working a curveball, slider change. Well equipped. Polson out there. The pitch to him, fastball. Down low. It's 2-0, and Polson has yet to throw a strike in the ball game. Granted, that's only his 4th pitch. So, into the stretch. Polson checks hard at first base. 2-0 Cougars. Bottom of the 1st inning. Man on, nobody out. Hit it, and he hit him again. Fastball. Hit Rainier in the leg. Just bore down onto him. So, right away, the Wolverines are threatening with 2 men on and nobody out.
Yeah, 2 men. The first 2 men have reached base. Both hit by a pitch. What's that? 4 batters in the 1st inning we've seen hit by a pitch. Maybe something's going on here tonight. I don't think so. It's pretty funny. I think just some have gotten away from the starters. But 2 men on for the Wolverines with the heart of the order coming up, and Utah Valley will definitely try to capitalize here as they trail 2-0.
Switch hitting. Sean Moish will hit from the left side. Wide open stance against the right-hander Polson. He comes set. Throws. Fastball. Caught the outside corner, says Mike Reimer. Moish didn't like the call. It's 0-1. And go ahead, James.
No, sorry, Jordan. I was going to say, I'm looking at Polson, a senior, 6'2", 205-pound senior out of Taylorsville, Utah. Played his high school ball at Cottonwood High School. He's had a solid career, college career for the Cougars.
Pitch to Moish is swung on and missed. He waved at a breaking ball. Did not look good, and he is very frustrated. He's down 0-2 in this at-bat. So all of a sudden, after hitting 2 men and looking, well, just completely wild, Polson has really pulled it together and is looking sharp against Moish. Moish hitting .285 this season. 23 runs batted in for him. 3 home runs. 0-2 pitch. Swung on, grounded. Through the hole in the hole into left field. Coming around third base, the ball will be cut off. Jordy Hart will score. Into second base is Rainier. He took a wide lead, a wide turn. He dove back in there as the ball was relayed to it. And now the Wolverines trail by 1 run with 2 men on. Still nobody out. That ball hit off the bat of Moish, just kind of a lazy, but hit well enough to the right of the shortstop, Nilsson. He made a dive at it. Couldn't get there. And Moish comes up with an RBI single.
And if you're a Wolverine fan, you got to love the job hitting there by Moish. 2 strikes on him, a pitch outside. He was able to hit it to the opposite field, had enough mustard on it to get it through the left side of the infield, and the leadoff man Hart with good speed was able to motor around and score from second.
Mark Kruger now will take a fastball high and away, 1-0. And you're absolutely right, James. That was a great piece of 0-2 hitting from the senior. Moish had to shorten up, and as you said, just went with it. Went the other way with that ball, and it found a hole. Runners on first and second. The tall left-handed hitting designated hitter, Mark Kruger, up there now. 1-0 from Polson. Down and low in the dirt. Nice stop by Jarvis behind home plate. The runners will stay put at first and second. Mark Kruger hitting .293 this season. Has 4 home runs. We saw a couple of those home runs this past weekend.
Jordan, I was just looking that Kruger, the reigning WAC hitter of the week, was rewarded for his good hitting performance against Northern Colorado. WAC hitter of the week, and he had a big game against BYU in Provo a couple weeks ago. A couple of doubles and 3 RBIs in the contest.
2-0 pitch to him, takes it down low. It's 3-0. So Polson having a tough time now. I'm sure taking all the way will be Kruger. Kruger does have power, as we mentioned. At BYU, was it Brinkerhoff or Kruger that hit the
Brinkerhoff had the homer, but Kruger had a couple, I think, 2 doubles in the game.
Kruger had 2 big doubles. I was thinking of the Brinkerhoff home run over the scoreboard and left. That was about a month ago. Brinkerhoff not getting the start tonight with a hamstring issue as a strike is poured in there. 3 balls, 1 strike to Kruger. Kruger, I mentioned, hitting .293 overall. He's hitting .341 with runners in scoring position. There is one of those right now. Runners on first and second. Nobody out still in the Wolverine first. Stepping off the rubber is Paulson, looking everyone back. That wind shifting by the minute now, kind of lazily blowing out towards left center field. The hitters are in the shade now, so it's tough to see that ball. 3-1 pitch, breaking ball misses, low and away, and the bases are going to be loaded for Riley White. So Paulson issuing a no-out walk, and here comes the pitching coach for the Cougars, I believe. I believe that's Jeremy Thomas coming out to have a word with Paulson. There's a lefty in the pen getting loose for the Cougars at the moment. He is not ready to go, though, just getting warm. So Paulson may be stalling a bit, but having a word with his right-handed pitcher. And we were told before the ball game, in fact, that the Cougars, the plan was to kind of work everybody in. Paulson was going to go 3, they said, at the most, and then they would give the rest of their guys some work out there, as they have not played in 10 days, and try to get them ready for this weekend. For the Wolverines, of course, they put out their midweek guy, Devin Nelson, and from there, hopes he can get them deep enough into a ball game where they don't have to burn relievers with a big weekend, conference weekend, I should say, looming. So here's Riley White with the bases loaded. Nobody out still in the bottom of the first inning. BYU 2, Wolverines 1. White, the switch hitter, hitting from the left side. Paulson will work from the stretch with the bases loaded. Pitch to him, fastball, strike 1. Fastball at 89 miles an hour was right down the middle of the plate. White taking it for a first pitch strike. Riley White hitting .248 this season. Not a lot of power for White. The one strike pitch coming. That one swung on. This could be 2 for the Cougars. Shortstop on to second, on to first. It's dug out, double play. A run does come home for the Wolverines, but the Cougars will take it. So the Wolverines tie the ball game. It's 2-2. Reaching third base on the play was Boish, but a 6-4-3 double play turned off the bat of Riley White, and just like that, there's 2 away for Cade Andrus.
That's exactly what Desmond Polson and the Cougars wanted there. Bases loaded, nobody out. The Wolverines could have turned it into a huge inning, but instead, Riley White hits one kind of close to going up the middle, but Nielsen hit slow enough. Nielsen was able to get there and turn 2 on it.
First pitch at Andrus is swung on and chopped to the third baseman. Backhanding it as Robinson throws across the diamond for the out. So the Wolverines get 2 runs, but could have had many more. 2 runs on 1 hit, 1 left on the bases. We head to the top of the second. Wolverines 2, BYU 2. You're listening to Utah Valley Baseball on the Wolverine Sports Network.
Captain Sorensen here for the guaranteed best meatballs anywhere. Firehouse Subs Meatball Sub.
King of the meatballs, that's for sure.
Without equal.
Well, technically, the Firehouse Meatball does have an equal. The Firehouse Meatball Sub you eat today is just as amazing as the one you'll eat next week and every week after that.
So basically, they're home rulers. Is that what you're saying?
I'll put it this way. Nothing compares. And no wonder, Firehouse Meatballs are specially blended with premium ground beef and pork, aged Parmesan cheese, toasted breadcrumbs, and Italian spices. And the crown? Our zesty marinara plus melty Wisconsin provolone. And the throne, please? Our perfectly toasted private recipe sub rolls. It's the classic Firehouse Meatball Sub. Guaranteed to be the best meatballs you've had anywhere. Try it today, only at Firehouse Subs. Take one bite. Our way beats their way. If you don't agree, it's free.
Look for us on Facebook, Twitter, and FirehouseSubs.com.
Firehouse Subs, founded by firemen.
UVU fans love their athletics. Did you know that they love to stay at La Quinta Inn? Process free from UVU. Yes, that's right. With La Quinta's Bright Side Breakfast, free wireless internet,
Hey, Jake, maybe just do 60s from now on, because they're coming back now. Maybe we'll go to 60s in between innings.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Be a true UVU fan and stay at La Quinta Inn and Suites in Orem.
Let's get back to the game. Here's James Warnick and more UVU baseball on 960, The Zone.
First pitch fastball to Parker Starr almost hit him, and then he swung at a fastball and fouled it off to the right side. So the count 1 ball, 1 strike to the BYU second baseman. Jordan Bianucci alongside James Warnick. A pleasure to bring you Utah Valley baseball on the radio tonight. 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball misses high, and it's 2-1 to Starr. Devin Nelson, the starter for the Wolverines, back out there. We're in the top of the second inning. This score tied 2-2. If I tried to explain how the score was tied 2-2, it may take a couple innings. It's been a wild one early on. A lot of mistakes. 2-1 pitch. Fastball called for a strike, and it's 2-2. We've seen that strike called tonight already. Mike Reimer giving the outside portion of the plate, or maybe a couple inches off of it, to the pitchers. Starr, the right-handed hitter, standing in there. The 8th place for the Cougs. Hitting .280 this season. 2-2 pitch. Curveball misses low and away, and it's 3-2 to Starr.
Well, Jordan, let's see if both starting pitchers could settle down here. You talked about a wild game. We've seen 4 total hit batters so far in the first inning. Each pitcher hitting 2 apiece. So let's see if they can settle down, throw some strikes, and get some outs here.
3-2. Fastball misses up and in. So Devin Nelson walks the first man he sees here in the second inning, and here comes Hayden Nilsson with a man on first base.
Just as I say that, see if the pitchers can settle down, throw some strikes, and get some outs. Nelson promptly walks Starr. So not what Devin Nelson was trying to do there. Hopefully I didn't jinx him, but we'll see what happens as Starr's aboard, and Nilsson, the shortstop, will come to the plate.
So Nelson facing Nilsson. Nelson throws. Bunt shown from Hayden Nilsson. Strike called. He held that bat out there long enough, went around, says home plate umpire Mike Reimer. 1 strike to count to him. Playing just a few steps from the grass at third base. Now creeping in is Zach Slesk, anticipating that bunt. Fastball misses away. It's 1-1. Devin Nelson for the Wolverines gave up a base hit to begin the ball game back in the first inning, and then he promptly got Eric Urey to hit into a 4-6-3 double play. That's what the Wolverines are looking for here. Tie game early on. A man on, nobody out for the Cougars. Top of the second inning as Nelson checks on the runner. Devin Nilsson, the senior, out of Spanish Fork. Outfield all middle deep. Home plate in the shade. The pitcher's mound in the sunshine right now. 1-1. Breaking ball catches that outside corner. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count to Hayden Nilsson. Nilsson hitting only .194 this season. He's only had, he's had 139 at-bats, 26 strikeouts. Now we'll throw over to first base for Nilsson. The Cougar shortstop, who was able to begin a double play back in the bottom of the first inning to help the Cougars limit the damage to 2 runs. Nelson being very careful with that runner at first. Parker Starr on the season, he's only stolen 1 bag. He's been caught 3 times. Okay sized lead, held on by White. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count to Nilsson. Now another throw over to first base. So Devin Nelson really worried about that runner at first, wanting to keep him close. Keep that double play in order. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Not a great hit and run count because the pitcher does not have to come into the strike zone. The pitch, fastball, way outside, and it's 2-2. As we mentioned, the Wolverines took the only other time they've seen BYU this season. That was a 8-3 victory at Miller Park back on April 1st. We're tied at 2 here. The pitch swung on a little off the jam job, right off the inside part of that aluminum bat. Nelson will easily field it, underhand to White, but it's essentially a sacrifice bunt for Nilsson, and advancing to second is Starr with 1 away for the top of the Cougar lineup.
Yeah, kind of an easy out there as Nelson's able to gobble up that slow grounder that was hit off the handle of the bat there and toss over to first for the out. But as you said, Jordan, it works just like a sacrifice bunt as Nilsson did his job and moved over Starr into scoring position.
So here is Brennan Lund, who singled in his first plate appearance. He has a man in scoring position here. A man on, a man out for Brigham Young here in the second. The pitch, fastball, strike one right there on the inside corner. Lund, the left-handed hitter, hitting .310, .385 with runners in scoring position. At third base, Zach Slesk staring right into that setting sun, playing a few steps in front of the bag, perhaps anticipating a bunt, but I don't think we'll see one. That one swung on and fouled away off to the left side and on to the plaza area above the grandstand. And the count is quickly 0-2 to Brendan Lund. So we see now Nelson, after struggling in the first and walking the first man he faced here in the second, he quickly has the advantage over Lund here. No balls, 2 strikes to the Cougar center fielder. Now playing back at third base is Slesk, as time is taken once again. So time almost stopping in this inning right now, James. Everyone playing fairly shallow for UVU in the outfield. Playing deep and right against the left-handed hitter is Moish. 0-2 pitch. Nelson comes set, he throws, swing and a miss, he struck him out. A fastball down low and a great 0-2 pitch from Nelson. Lund went chasing, and there are 2 away.
Yeah, great location there from Devin Nelson, as you said, Jordan. That was ahead 0-2, and he was able to fire the fastball low in the zone. That was close enough. Lund had to go after it, trying to protect, and couldn't catch up with it as he's down swinging.
So now Nelson 1 out away from getting out of the jam. The jam is Parker Starr at second base in a tie ball game. Here's Eric Urey hitting from the left side as Nelson looks back the runner. Urey grounded into that double play, as we mentioned, back in the first inning, looking to redeem himself here. Man on, 2 out. The pitch to Urey. He swings and misses, but it caroms off, I believe. Is that Rainier's left shoulder and off the chest protector there? That looked like it hurt, and I don't know if it looked almost like Rainier and Nelson got crossed up on the signs. That ball didn't even catch a part of the catcher's mitt. It hit him flush. Well, I'll just say I wouldn't want to get hit by that. Rainier back into the crouch, 0-1. Fastball misses away. And I was just wondering, I was asking James, pushing the cup, and I'm going, what? If that's a pass ball, where the runner foul? No, it's a foul tip. Foul tip. He barely got a piece of it, but 1-1 the count. Ball misses inside. It's 2-1. Thanks for picking me up there, James. I was so confused.
That's what I was going to say,
I was
Jordan.
lost.
That's what broadcasting partners are for.
Thank you.
You got to pick you up when you need a little help.
Oh, I need a lot of it. 2 balls, 1 strike. The count to Urey. Starr with his lead at second. The pitch swung on, ground ball, diving through into right field, a base hit. Fielding it is Moish. He comes up. Nope, he'll hold on to it as the run will easily come in to score. The Cougars retake the lead. It's 3-2. Nice piece of hitting from Eric Urey. Riley White at first base. A headlong dive to the left side, but just got past him. So an RBI single for Urey. He does redeem himself after the double play. And the Cougars back ahead 3-2.
Yeah, that was a nice job of hitting, especially with 2 outs there, as Urey managed to hit that through the right side of the infield, past the diving Riley White at first base, and into right to score the run. Put BYU on top, up a run now here in the second.
Here is Dylan Robinson, heart of the Cougar order. First pitch to the left-handed hitter. He hits this one into left center field. Coming over is Hart. He'll make the grab about waist high. Hart, a lot of speed out there. Makes it look routine. Well, because it was. We head to the bottom of the second inning. The Wolverines trail 3-2. You're listening to Utah Valley Baseball on the Wolverine Sports Network.
I'm Tom Shane. You wouldn't buy a house just by looking at the real estate list. You need to see the house to know its true condition. Likewise, you can't tell if a diamond has any sparkle just by looking at its lab certificate. Diamonds with the same lab grade have different amounts of sparkle, depending both on their cut and where the inclusions are located inside the diamond. Most other jewelers buy their diamonds based on lab grade without seeing how much they sparkle. At Shane Company, we go to the diamond cutters, where the diamonds are first sorted by grade, and then we hand-pick the diamonds with the most sparkle from within each grade. You'll see that Shane Company diamonds sparkle more than other jewelers' diamonds with the same lab grade. Shane Company, direct diamond importers, at the corner of State Street and 7200 South. Open weekdays till 8, Saturday till 5, closed Sunday. Online at shaneco.com.
Now back to UVU baseball only on 960 The Zone.
We head to the bottom of the second inning, 3-2, BYU on top here. A unfortunate ending to that last inning. It looked like Dylan Robinson, as soon as he hit that ball out to center field, he collapsed in the batter's box. He may have twisted his knee, but he had to be helped off the ball diamond. He could not walk at all. And so hopefully Dylan Robinson, the third baseman for the Cougars, is all right. And it's just precautionary, but that did not look good, James.
Oh, it definitely didn't. We caught that kind of late there, Jordan, as we were trying to see what was happening. The trainer, a couple BYU players were helping Robinson off of the field as he was really hobbling hard. I'm looking at the replacement, new third baseman in for BYU. It looks like number 28, J.C. Snyder, has grabbed the glove, and he'll play the hot corner at third here, replacing Dylan Robinson as he looks like he's out for the rest of the game with an injury.
Boy, Robinson really did not look good. We asked Clint Berge, the sports information director here at UVU, if he saw what happened. He just said he collapsed right after he hit that ball into left. Maybe again, you don't want to speculate, but something obviously wrong with one of the legs there. 1-0 pitch to, or rather the pitch to Bogdan misses down, and it's 1-0 to him. It'll be the seventh place hitter, 8 and 9 here in the bottom of the second. The Wolverines trail 2-1. Polson, fastball up and in, 2 balls, no strikes. So Desmond Polson has struggled with his command, as has Devin Nelson. Both starters trying to get into the rhythm of things here early in this ball game. Bogdan, right-handed hitter, takes a fastball down the pipe. It's 2-1 to him. Bogdan, the second baseman for the Wolverines, hitting .261 this season. 3 home runs, 19 men batted in. That wind really gusting out towards right center right now. Playing about at the edge of the grass at third is Snyder. The pitch, fastball misses in. 3 balls, 1 strike to Grayson Bogdan. Waiting on deck is Zach Slesk, and in the hole, Cam Zollinger.
I'm looking at the stats for Grayson Bogdan, Wolverine second baseman. His power numbers, he's surprised. He's hit a couple home runs as of late. Has 3 home runs, 19 RBIs for Utah Valley.
3-1 pitch misses up high to him. And he will take the leadoff walk. So Polson issues the walk to Bogdan and now has to face Slesk in what the Wolverines is an obvious bunt situation if you've followed Utah Valley throughout the season, especially toward the bottom of the lineup, playing some small ball. Bogdan, good speed at first. He has stolen, as I look here, 1 bag this season. He's only tried to steal 2. The pitch, Celeste, fastball up and in. He never showed bunt, bending back and out of the way of that pitch. And I say a fastball, but that was actually a curveball that just didn't curve. 1-0 to Celeste. Bogdan, a couple steps off the bag at first, held on by Brock Whitney over there. Polson from the stretch, comes set, belt high, fastball inside again. So now 2-0, and Jarrett Jarvis will come out and have a word with Polson. Last inning, the pitching coach, Jeremy Thomas, had to come out for the Cougars and have a chat with Polson, as they have a lefty still warming in the pen for him down there, down the right field line here at Brent Brown Ballpark. The bullpens are in play on the field. So the right-handed hitting Celeste, 2-0 the count to him. Bogdan at first. The pitch, fastball, inside again, not close. 3-0. So Polson having a very tough time here against hitters who normally you just need to go right after. Grayson Bogdan was only hitting .261. Slesk hitting .227 this season. 3-0 coming from Polson. Fastball inside again. And it's almost like Polson has some kind of mechanical problem. Those balls were almost at the same exact spot, well off the inside corner every time. So now runners on first and second as two men are on the base paths for UVU, nobody out.
And Clint Berge just giving us a stat here on the pitch count update. 26 pitches for Polson and just 8 strikes. So he's really struggled finding that strike zone. Jordan, I had the binoculars out, was really trying to look down into the bullpen here. I need to have better vision, I guess. You've got 2 sets of binoculars, but I believe it's a left-hander warming up. I believe it's Hayden Rogers. Number 23 would be my guess.
Bunt shown by Zollinger. He takes it for a strike as he pulls it back. Charging in from first was Whitney. You mentioned those. There's the 9th strike thrown by Polson. You mentioned that statistic, and with that, the Wolverines should be leading this ball game, you would think, and having more than 2 runs. However, they grounded into a double play. Riley White did with the bases loaded and nobody out. Lasting that one, a little flare into right field. That's going to fall in front of the right fielder. Caldwell stopping at third base as Bogdan. Everybody had to stay put as Caldwell did a nice job to try and deke the runners as if he were going to catch it. But a little looping liner into right field off the bat of Cam Zollinger. And here's the leadoff man, Jordy Hart. Bases loaded again, nobody out.
Yeah, nice job there by the shortstop, Cam Zollinger, coming through there with a kind of a bloop single into right field, dropped in front of Caldwell. And as you said, the runners kind of had to hold up, seeing if Caldwell was going to be able to get to it. So they each just advance one base, and the bases are loaded here for Jordy Hart.
Here's Hart, who was hit by a pitch in the first inning. It was the first man to hit for the Wolverines. Slider low and away. 1 ball, no strikes to the center fielder out of Westlake High School. Jordy actually began his career at Juan Diego as a freshman, then transferred to Lehigh and ended up at Westlake as Westlake was built when he was in high school. The short, speedy center fielder. Hart takes a fastball right there on that outside corner that Mike Reimer has been consistent with. 1-1, the count to Jordy.
You're talking about Jordy Hart. It seems like he's really picked things up as of late, Jordan. He kind of had a sluggish start to the season, was kind of playing every other game and out of the lineup for a while. But as of late, he's really been hitting the ball and playing a solid center field for the Wolverines.
Now a throw to second base, back in diving safely, is Zach Slesk. So good speed, all around the base paths for the Wolverines. Zollinger at first, Slesk at second, Bogdan at third. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count to Hart. 3-2, Cougars lead, bottom of the second. Breaking ball, misses low and away to Jordy. It's 2-1 to him.
Jordan, I'm thinking last inning, Utah Valley had the same situation. Bases loaded, nobody out, and they hit into a double play at the time. But here, let's see if Jordy Hart can capitalize for the Wolverines, and Utah Valley able to really capitalize in this situation with nobody out with the bases full.
The Wolverines do not need a hit to score a run. 2-1 pitch, breaking ball, strike 2 on the outside corner. A pretty curveball, it looked like, from Polson. And Hart has yet to swing the bat. On deck is Rainier. More fans filing in here. And it is packed. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the count to Hart. Polson comes set with the bases loaded. The pitch. That one swung on and hit very high. Shallow left field. This will not get a run home for the Wolverines. Going back and making the grab. Now bluffing as if he's going to tag is Bogdan at third. But Nielsen doing a nice job to range into left center field there. Shallow left center field. And make the grab. So 1 away. The Wolverines, an unproductive out there.
Yeah, not what Jordy Hart was trying to do. And they did end up, I was trying to see if the umpires called the infield fly. They did with the bases loaded. Less than 2 outs as it was just 5 feet behind the infield dirt there as the shortstop Nielsen was able to settle under it and make the catch.
So now 1 out, and the right-handed hitting, Seth Rainier, hitting 265 coming into the ballgame. Curveball, strike 1 on the outside corner from Polson. 1 strike to count to Rainier. Wolverines have had the bases loaded, as you mentioned, James, in each of the first 2 innings of this ball game. We're in the bottom of the second, 3-2, BYU on top. Pitch to Rainier. Swing and a ground ball foul near the UVU dugout. And it's quickly no balls and 2 strikes. Should Polson work his way out of this one, it would be a real confidence booster for him, but it would really give the Cougars some momentum going into the 3rd inning. That mound, pitcher's mound, just about in the shade now, and the way the sun is shining, the batter's box in the sun. The pitch, curveball swung on, and just getting a piece of it and rolling it down near the first base dugout. It's Rainier. UVU with the third base dugout here at Brent Brown Ballpark. The visitor down the first base line. That lefty, as you mentioned, James, still getting warm out there for the Cougars. The wind blowing out towards right center field. Bases loaded, 1 out. Bottom of the second. 0-2 pitch to Rainier. Fastball low and away, and it's 1-2. The way this game has been going, we are only in the bottom of the second inning. This game is almost an hour old. Polson working from the stretch with the bases loaded. 1-2 pitch. Swung on and foul tipped off the, looked like the mask of the catcher Jarvis, but just getting a piece of it was Rainier. He stays alive, 1-2.
I was going to say, no shortage of runs scored so far. At the bottom of the second, 3-2 already. Wolverines have the bases loaded. I mean, yeah, as you said, it's kind of going pretty slow here. The last, I'm thinking, a week ago against Utah, I believe that game went 3.5 hours or so. The Wolverines won that one 12-8.
1-2 swung on and hit high. This is in shallow right field. Now carrying the wind, really taking that one. Should score a run. Making the catch is Caldwell. Tagging at third and scoring is Bogdan. Now a runner caught in a rundown between first and second base is Celeste, and no one covers second base for the Cougars.
Wow.
So the ball came in. It was cut off. Celeste danced off first base, and he was near first base, so he could have easily gotten back. A incredibly smart move by...
I believe it's Zollinger.
Or Zollinger, I beg your pardon. Zollinger reached third base. He tagged on the plate, and it was... Or Celeste reached third base. He tagged on the plate. Zollinger gets into a rundown and makes it to second. So a huge job there with 2 outs in the inning now to get to second base. 2 runners in scoring position for Sean Moish.
Yeah, you can't believe, I just can't believe no one was covering second base there for BYU as long as that play took to develop. Zollinger kind of dancing in between the rundown there.
First pitch is a breaking ball to Moish, misses outside. It's 1-0. So yeah, the ball came in, and what happens there, I'm not sure where the shortstop Nielsen ended up, but there was no one on that left side to cover that second base bag. As Zollinger got into the rundown. The 1-0 pitch coming to Moish. Swings and he hits this one high in play. This should end the inning. Going back is Starr, the second baseman. Now coming in is the right fielder. Making the grab is Caldwell. The wind really picking those balls up and taking them well out to right field. So the Wolverines, they get 1 run, but once again, leave 2 stranded. They should have had more. Polson doing a nice job to get out of the jam for BYU. We are tight at 3 as we head to the 3rd inning. You're listening to Utah Valley Baseball on the Wolverine Sports Network.
Game management is brought to you by Les Olson Company. The difference between success and failure can come down to game management. Partner with the pros at Les Olson Company to manage all of your document needs. Managing the flow of information is vital to the success of your business. Les Olson Company provides its partners with a full range of document management solutions, backed by a veteran team of professionals. More than paper and ink, more than hardware and technology, this is a partnership. Visit us online at lesolson.com or any of our 7 locations. Les Olson Company, for business, ours.
Hey, Wolverine fans, this is UVU President Matthew Holland, and I would like to personally invite you to join the Wolverine Club. The Wolverine Club coordinates social activities, pays tribute to student-athletes, and honors alumni and friends who provide support to the athletic program. Donated contributions provide academic and athletic opportunities for over 300 Utah Valley University student-athletes annually. There are many benefits for Wolverine Club members, including courtside seating, club luncheons, dinners, and much, much more. Be a Wolverine, support scholarships, and join the Wolverine Club.
Let's get back to the game. Here's James Warnick and more UVU baseball on 960 The Zone.
Cougars, Wolverines here tied at 3. And James, I'm Jordan Bianucci alongside James Warnick. James, you are getting a lot of publicity on that intro back into the inning, and I don't know how I feel about it.
That's right.
The windup and the first pitch is swung on and fouled off by Brock Whitney. It'll be 4, 5, and 6 for the Cougars. Whitney, Caldwell, and Lopez. Nelson back out on the mound for UVU.
Jordan, I think I've earned it. I mean, if you
have
look
you,
at
James? Have you earned it?
I was going to say I'm looking more distinguished these days. Losing my hair, just got my hair cut. They were teasing me that looking a little thin on top. But
fastball catches the outside corner, 0-2 to Whitney.
Maybe that's something you need to work on, Jordan. Kind of trim that hair a little bit.
Maybe it's a me issue, really. That's what it is. We're working things out here in the broadcast.
That's right.
No balls, 2 strikes. The count to Brock Whitney. Whitney singled in his first at bat. Ball in the dirt. 1-2 to him. A cool night, crisp night here in Orem. The sun's shining. The temperature in the 40s. Oh, and actually the temperature now, James, weather alert, it is 50 degrees. It's actually warmed up since the first pitch. 1-2 on the way from Nelson. Ground ball, foul, third base side. It was a curveball that Whitney was just out in front of, doing a nice job to stay alive there. The Wolverines and the Cougars tied at 3 here in the top of the third inning. Boy, the sun really wreaking havoc on the pitcher and hitter right now. The top half of Devin Nelson's body in the sun, lower half in the shade, part of the batter's box in the sun. That one, little one-hopper to shortstop, playing it nicely as Zollinger throws to first, 1 away in the third inning.
That was a nice start for the Wolverines by Nelson and by Cam Zollinger, the Utah Valley shortstop, to get Whitney to ground out. I'm trying to look if that's the first man to be retired, the first leadoff hitter to be retired of the ball game.
I think it is.
And it is. So we've had a lot of base runners so far in this one as we're here in the top of the third, tied at 3 all.
Here's Caldwell hitting from the left side. First pitch, fastball inside to him. That shift put on for Caldwell, kind of interesting. Bogdan plays almost behind the second base bag, but shaded to the left, playing way off the bag at third base, maybe 30 or, a lot off that third base bag. 30 or 40 feet there is Slesk over on the right side, playing down the line, guarding against the double is White at first base. Bogdan pulled over at second. Ground ball foul right side, a little chopper, and it's 1-1 to Caldwell. Caldwell, of course, was at the plate and the center of attention back in the first inning when, with the bases loaded, a ball seemed to hit him on the foot and carry him to the backstop. The home plate umpire, Mike Reimer, did not call a hit batsman, and 2 runs seemingly came in to score for the Cougars as the catcher Rainier stayed put. 1-1 pitch to him, swing and a foul tip off Rainier again, and it is 1-2. The count remains to Caldwell, I beg your pardon. So Eric Madsen came out as Rainier was arguing with the umpire, Reimer, saying the ball hit Caldwell in the foot. That's why the ball carried him to the left, and it went that way. Ultimately, the umpires gathered together and reversed the call. And as far as we know, it seemingly made the correct call. Of course, the Cougars did score 2 in that inning anyway. 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball swung on, hit high, right to Jordy Hart, now coming in and to his left, makes the one-handed grab in center field, and quickly 2 away in the third.
Another nice job there by Nelson, being able to retire Caldwell. Caldwell, kind of the power guy for BYU this season, has 5 homers on the season. Flies out to shallow center field right there.
Yeah, if someone can get something, a nice bat on the ball to center field or right center field, that's where the wind is gusting out, and it could travel a ways. Here's the right-handed hitting Lopez, picked up a RBI back in the first inning when he was hit by a pitch with the bases loaded. This ball lost somewhere from Nelson, throws this one low and away to the backstop, and it's 1-0. It is so interesting to me, both pitchers, Polson and Nelson, how they can look so good to one hitter or even one pitch, and then the next pitch is just way gone. That one hit to deep left field. Going back is Anders. Anders at the track battling the sun will make the grab, but not before Lopez puts a little scare into the Wolverine left fielder. So 1-2-3 third, the first 1-2-3 anything that we've had here tonight. We will head to the bottom of the third inning. 3-3. We are tied here between UVU and BYU.
Captain Sorensen here for the guaranteed best meatballs anywhere. Firehouse Subs Meatball Sub.
King of the meatballs. That's for sure.
Without equal.
Well, technically, the Firehouse Meatball does have an equal. The Firehouse Meatball sub you eat today is just as amazing as the one you'll eat next week and every week after that.
So basically, they're home rulers. Is that what you're saying?
I'll put it this way. Nothing compares. And no wonder, Firehouse Meatballs are specially blended with premium ground beef and pork, aged Parmesan cheese, toasted breadcrumbs, and Italian spices. And the crown? Our zesty marinara plus melty Wisconsin provolone. And the throne, please? Our perfectly toasted private recipe sub rolls. It's the classic Firehouse Meatball sub. Guaranteed to be the best meatballs you've had anywhere. Try it today, only at Firehouse Subs. Take one bite. Our way beats their way. If you don't agree, it's free.
Look for us on Facebook, Twitter, and FirehouseSubs.com.
Firehouse Subs, founded by firemen.
Now back to UVU baseball only on 960 The Zone.
Utah Valley, BYU, tied at 3 as we head to the bottom of the third inning. Jordan Bianucci alongside James Warnick. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening. For UVU here in the bottom of the third, it'll be Mark Kruger, Riley White, and Kate Andrus. 4, 5, and 6 for the Wolverines. It has been a wild couple of innings to begin this ball game. A lot of runners on base. Not a lot of hits necessarily, but a lot of mistakes and a lot of runners stranded as well. A nice inning from Devin Nelson to begin the third. He went 1, 2, 3, or put down, I should say, the Cougars in order. As a new pitcher is on for BYU.
Yeah, it looks like the left-hander Hayden Rogers, number 23, is going to come in here to replace Polson here in the third.
So Rogers, the lefty we had seen warming in that pen, comes in, as I believe was pretty much scheduled as far as we knew from what BYU told us prior to the ball game. They were going to pitch a lot of guys, try to get him some work. Here's Kruger, lefty on lefty, fastball, strike one on the outside corner. Kruger, in his first at bat, he walked. He was then forced out at second on a double play. Kruger, the designated hitter, tall lefty, pitch to him. That one swung on, line drive, left field, coming in, and playing a one-hopper is Yuri, and Kruger has himself a leadoff single.
Yeah, nice job there by Mark Kruger, continuing to hit the ball. His first hit of the game. He walked back in the first, but we told you earlier, Kruger, the reigning WAC hitter of the week, had a big week last week for Utah Valley as the Wolverines win a perfect 4-0, swept the WAC series over Northern Colorado here at Brent Brown, and picked up a midweek victory over Utah, over the Utes here a week ago as well. That was a very windy evening last Tuesday night. You could see the dust just blowing all around the diamond and all around in the distance. So not quite as bad, the weather here tonight. But still another cool windy evening as UVU and BYU are doing battle here tonight.
Riley White at the plate now. Switch hitter swings at the first pitch and fouls it back. Kruger was taking off on the play. It was a hit and run there. So the Wolverines being aggressive. White, the switch hitter, turning around, hitting from the right side against the lefty. You mentioned that Utah game and the wind. The wind is blowing tonight, still blowing out towards right center field, but nothing like it was, as you mentioned, James, a week ago. That just swirls of dust and everything. Another ball fouled out of play, right side, and it's quickly 0-2 to White.
Jordan, I've got some numbers on the reliever, Hayden Rogers, the left-hander, 1-2 win-loss record, 3.35 ERA. It's his 19th appearance on the season, pitched 37 2/3 inning of work, struck out 21, walked 10, and opponents batting just .264 off of the southpaw Rogers.
Kruger with his lead at first, nobody out. Tie game here in the third. Ball misses way up high, snap throw down to first. Kruger back in easily, diving. 1-2 to White. Rogers will come with a mid-80s fastball, working the curve. A little bit of a changeup. Seen a lot of fastballs so far and a couple of curveballs. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count to White. Now a throw over. Just a little toss from the lefty to the first baseman, Brock Whitney. Kruger at first base. has stolen 2 bags this season. He's been caught once. 1 ball, 2 strikes to White. The lefty throws. Slow curveball stays up high. And I mean slow curveball at 66 miles an hour. The count even at 2-2.
And nice at bat here by Riley White, the Wolverine senior first baseman. Jordan, we talked about the crowd a couple times. I'm looking around. It's really impressive as I ran out to the restroom in between innings. I mean, just a packed house around. Every seat looks to be full. People filling up the berm now, and just a fun atmosphere here.
Runner takes off, swinging a foul. So the hit and run on again with the count at 2-2. White fouls one back, battling here. And the Wolverines will have to do it over again. I was thinking right there, James. I was thinking that was the perfect moment for the organ to come in. We really need an organ here at Brent Brown Ballpark.
That's right.
We needed a dun, 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 right after that foul pitch. It seemed like a real natural spot there.
Maybe we'll just give you a microphone and you can stand out the window and go dun,
Yeah,
dun, dun. I like the sound effects better than the organ.
It's what I did when I was a kid. We can do it that way. I can do the crowd noise. The pitch swung on. This one hit high but foul, getting out of play and onto the just below the rooftop, or I should say, in front of the rooftop into the grandstand. Here at Brent Brown Ballpark, you have the grandstand with seats all the way around, extending from just beyond the dugouts, and then there's a grassy berm that runs along the left field line and around to left center field. Down the right field line, after the seats, it's just a batting cage and a storage facility for all of the equipment down there. Now a throw over. Back and diving is Kruger. Kind of a weak throw from Rogers. Not that he's trying to pick Kruger off, just trying to keep him close. He just kind of flicks his wrist over there. That one, though, got a little casual, and it was in the dirt. Whitney had to pick it out. 2-2 pitch. Runner stays put. Fastball. Strike 3 called on the inside corner. And there is one away in the inning. So Polson doing a nice job. He had Riley White 0-2, then came with 2 balls, but ultimately gets the strikeout. First strikeout of the night for Polson.
Rogers doing
Rogers,
a nice job.
I beg
the
your
reliever
pardon.
Rogers with the strikeout. But no, if you're Riley White, that wasn't what you wanted to do there. I mean, pitch might have been borderline. The senior White hoping to get the ball called there, but kind of too close to take there as he's rung up on strikes.
Yeah, good pitch. You really can't take that 0-2. Here's Cade Andrus. He grounded out in his first plate appearance. Throw over to first base. Kruger back standing. The infield grass now almost entirely in the shade, as the dirt, for the most part, is in the sunshine. Just past 7 here in Utah County. The pitch swung on and missed. Andrus swings and foul tips it into the glove, actually, of Jarrett Jarvis. 1 strike, the count to Andrus. Andrus only hitting, 182. Is that right? This season. Well, he came into the game batting 184. And his average has dropped by 2 points. Rogers, the lefty, the reliever in for the Cougars. He throws. Fastball, strike 2, right there on the inside corner. No balls, 2 strikes to Andrus. Art Kruger led off this inning with a line drive, opposite field single into left field. Since then, Riley White has struck out, and now Andrus down 0-2. Following Andrus, it would be Grayson Bogdan. Another throw over to first base in the dirt. Just picking it.
Hasn't played as much as he had, or as he did last season. The junior out of Lone Peak High School, local product out of Highland. Just his 22nd start of the season.
0-2 over the head of Andrus. Look out. And it's 1-2 to him as the wind shifts and now begins to blow out towards left center field. If you're just looking at it, it's a beautiful night for a ball game, but then you look around, a lot of coats, a lot of blankets. It's a candlestick night, James. It's a windy Candlestick Park type night. 1-2 pitch. Swung on, popped up. This is on the right side. Giving chase is the first baseman, Whitney. He will make the grab in foul territory just beyond the first base coach's box. And an unproductive out there for Cade Andrus. And here's Bogdan with 2 down and a man on.
Yeah, plenty of room over there in foul territory on the first base side for Brock Whitney. He kind of overran it, and then the wind kind of tailed it back, able to dance back under it. and had plenty of room to make the catch.
So Hayden Rogers, after issuing, or rather giving up the leadoff single to Kruger, has retired 2 batters. 2 out, a man on. We're tied at 3 here at Brent Brown. Everybody straight away for the Cougars. Bogdan, the right-handed hitter, now another throw over to first base. You'd think Kruger was Billy Hamilton over there, the way they keep throwing over. Trying to keep him close. And wisely so, the Wolverines have put on the hit and run a couple times in this inning, but White fouled the ball off. Another throw over. Ricky Henderson back and diving.
Just keeping a close eye on him.
Just keeping it close.
You can't fault him there.
No, you can't. You really can't. It's just funny to me because Kruger is not all that fast.
That's true.
I've seen him run during BP. The pitch, that one swung on. Little liner into right field. Moving over to his right. Will make the grab. Is Kelton Caldwell, and the inning's over. So Rogers gives up a leadoff single, but then does a really nice job. Retires 3 hitters, and the Wolverines are down. We head to the top of the 4th. Tied at 3 here. You're listening to Utah Valley Baseball on the Wolverine Sports Network.
Stay ahead of the game. Know your opponent and understand your assets. Leveraging technology to manage the flow of information is key to the success of any business and organization. From multifunction copiers and printers to sophisticated software programs, Les Olson Company provides its partners with a full range of document management solutions, backed by a veteran team of professionals. Rethink documents. Rethink information. Think Les Olson Company. Visit us online at lesolson.com or any of our 7 locations. Les Olson Company. Your business empowered.
Hey, UVU fans. What would you say if I told you you could stay in one of Utah Valley's pristine hotels for free? Well, guess what? You can. By signing up for La Quinta Return, you can earn free nights at... Stop by one of our many locations or visit us at lq.com. That's lq.com. Be a true UVU fan. Stay at La Quinta Inn and Suites in Orem.
Now back to UVU baseball only on 960 The Zone.
Jordan Bianucci alongside James Warnick as we begin the top of the 4th inning. Cougars, Wolverines tied at 3. It'll be Jarrett Jarvis, Parker Starr, and Hayden Nilsson. 7, 8, 9 to hit for the Cougars. Devin Nelson, the starter, the right-hander, back out on the mound for UVU. To tell you all about it, it is my distinct pleasure to give you James Warnick.
Well, thank you, Jordan. As you said, Nelson's still on the hill for Utah Valley. In the batter's box for BYU is the catcher Jarrett Jarvis, and the first pitch runs inside for ball 1. Fastball at 87 miles per hour out of the right arm of Devin Nelson. We're tied at 3. 3-all here. Start the 4th. BYU and UVU here in Orem tonight. The 1-0 from Nelson just misses outside, and it's 2-0.
You talked to Dave Carter, the UVU pitching coach, before the ball game, and he's always said this, but once again reminded me tonight. He goes, if Nelson loses his command.
2-0 on the way, and this one's popped up a mile high right behind second base. Cam Zollinger will camp under it, kind of doing the pop-up dance a little bit, but he, with the shades on, settles under it and makes the catch for the first out of the inning.
Nice job by Nelson there to get the 2nd consecutive inning. He's had the leadoff man, or retired him. But to complete that thought, he said it's really not that big of a deal if you go 1-0 on a hitter, as long as you can throw a strike for that second pitch, and not just a get-me-over strike, a good strike on a corner.
That'll bring up the second baseman, Parker Starr. Nice breaking ball, just missed off the plate inside for ball 1 here to start.
But many of the problems we've seen from Nelson has been falling behind tonight.
That was kind of the storyline for both starters here tonight. 1-0. This one's hit off the end of the bat into shallow right field. Sean Moish will come in a few steps, make the catch, and they're quickly 2 outs here in the top of the 4th. Nice job by Devin Nelson here. As you talked about it, Jordan, him and the starter for BYU, Polson, both kind of struggled with their command earlier, throwing a number of balls, hitting a few batters, and put a few runs on the scoreboard early as we're tied at 3 here in the 4th. But it looks like Nelson has settled down here right now in the 4th as he's retired the first 2 hitters. First pitch misses off the plate outside to Hayden Nilsson, the 9-hole hitter for BYU. It's 1-0 on Nilsson.
The left-hander, Torrey Ulibarri, getting warmed down in the UVU pen.
1-0 from Nelson. That one catches the outside part of the plate, and it's 1-1 strike here now on Nielsen.
A lot of times in college baseball, you'll see guys just getting work down there at the pen. They're really not getting up in case there's any trouble, as Nelson obviously right now is pitching very well.
1-1 on the way from Devin Nelson. Fastball, that one just missed a little inside, it looked like, and it's 2 balls and a strike on Nielsen. Jordan kind of tied you up the last time these two were facing one another. Nelson facing Nielsen, and this time I've got a call.
It was a nightmare, James.
Nightmare. 2-1 from Nelson. Misses inside to Nielsen, and it's 3-1 now.
I would say call Devin Nelson, the man on the pitching slab right now. Devin, just for this event.
Devin delivers. It's popped up on the right side in foul territory. Goes to first baseman Riley White. He'll settle under it, make the catch as Grayson Bogdan, his second baseman, kind of bangs into him a little bit, but Riley White was under it, made the catch, and the inning is over. So a nice inning pitched in the books by Devin Nelson. 3 up, 3 down go the Cougars. We'll head to the bottom of the fourth. It's Utah Valley and BYU all knotted up at 3. You're listening to UVU Baseball here on 960 The Zone.
Captain Sorensen here for the guaranteed best meatballs anywhere. Firehouse Subs Meatball Stuff.
King of the meatballs, that's for sure.
Without equal.
Well, technically, the Firehouse Meatball does have an equal. The Firehouse Meatball sub you eat today is just as amazing as the one you'll eat next week and every week after that.
So basically, they're cold rulers. Is that what you're saying?
I'll put it this way. Nothing compares. And no wonder Firehouse Meatballs are specially blended with premium ground beef and pork, aged Parmesan cheese, toasted breadcrumbs, and Italian spices. And the ground, our zesty marinara plus melty Wisconsin provolone. And the throne, please, our perfectly toasted private recipe sub rolls. It's the classic Firehouse Meatball sub. Guaranteed to be the best meatballs you've had anywhere. Try it today, only at Firehouse Subs. Take one bite. Our way beats their way. If you don't agree, it's free.
Look for us on Facebook, Twitter, and FirehouseSubs.com.
Firehouse Subs, founded by firemen.
Now back to UVU baseball only on 960 The Zone.
Welcome back here to Brent Brown Ballpark in Orem. James Warnick, Jordan Vianucci here with you tonight. Utah Valley and BYU all tied up at 3-all as we head to the bottom of the fourth, leading things off for the Wolverines. It'll be the third baseman, Zach Slesk. He lays down a bunt to Slesk. Right back to Rogers, the pitcher. He underhand tosses to first in plenty of time for the out. And just like that, one pitch, one away here in the bottom of the fourth.
The Wolverines, Rogers, speaking of Rogers, the Wolverines actually faced Hayden Rogers. I slipped my mind, actually. They faced him back in Provo a month ago. He went 1 2/3 innings, gave up 1 earned run. He struck out 3 Wolverines.
Cam Zollinger will dig in now for Utah Valley. First pitch from Rogers right in there for called strike 1. So I've got a score update for you from Eugene, Oregon. The UVU softball team right now taking on the number 1 team in the nation, the Oregon Ducks. Here's a pitch. Misses inside as Zollinger scoots out of the way. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. And in softball, number 1 Oregon just barely leading Utah Valley 5-4 up there in Eugene. It's the second game of a doubleheader. Here's the 1-1 on the way to Zollinger. This one hammered foul, sky high, over in foul territory. Goes to left fielder. Diving is Yuri, and he can't get there. Nice effort by Eric Yuri as he dove kind of right behind the mound. The bullpen mound there, out near the warning track in foul territory. Yuri can't make the catch, but a good effort. But to go back to giving you that score update in Eugene, Oregon, Utah Valley softball team down just a run here in the bottom of the 6th inning. After they lost the first game of that doubleheader, 8-0 in 5 innings. They were run ruled, but now the Utah Valley softball team playing number 1 Oregon tough here in the second game. 1-2 just misses inside. Close pitch there by Rogers. It's called for a ball, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes on Zollinger.
A little diversion from the usual out-of-town scoreboard there, James.
With a softball score.
How about that?
That's right. 2-2 from Rogers on the way. That one misses inside again, and it's full 3-2 now on Cam Zollinger, the Wolverine shortstop. Zollinger transferred to Utah Valley from the University of Utah and thought he might have to sit out the season. But was given his eligibility status secured a couple weeks ago. He fouls this one down the third base side. And it's full 3-2. Zollinger, I believe his first game of the season was at UNLV about a month ago. And here he's got a full count on him. Zollinger 1 for 1 in the game. He singled to right back in the second inning. And here he pops this payoff pitch up on the right side, and that's going to get out of play, and it stays full 3-2 on Zollinger.
Of course, Rogers, the second pitcher of the game for BYU, but it seems both pitchers really settling down now, as you mentioned earlier, James, and kind of settling into a rhythm.
Payoff pitch one more time. Rogers delivers, swung and fouled back up against the backstop as Zollinger just got a piece of that one. Kind of looked like it might have fouled it right off the hands there. Fisted it back to the screen, and the count stays full 3-2. So nice at bat here by Zollinger.
Rogers out there, the 5'11", 185-pound freshman out of Mesa, Arizona.
Rogers set. Here's the 3-2. Line drive. And it's going to be fielded by Nielsen, as that one had a lot of backspin off the bat. I thought it was going to get through up the middle off the bat, but might have been hit off the handle a little bit as it kind of died once it got past Rogers, the pitcher, and Nielsen, the shortstop, able to cut it off and throw over to first in plenty of time to retire Zollinger. So 6-3 put out there.
From our vantage point, that ball looked like it was hit much harder than it actually was. It really was just kind of it hung up there forever, and I think you described it perfectly. A lot of backspin.
That'll take it to the top of the order. Center fielder Jordy Hart. First pitch hacking his heart, and he hits it right down the third base line, past J.C. Snyder's glove and into the corner. Hart will motor around. He'll get into second base easily, standing up with a double as Jordy Hart continues to swing the bat well for the Wolverines with his first hit of the ball game, as he has a 2-out double here for Utah Valley in the fourth.
He pulled that ball right down the line. In fact, Snyder was playing down the line, not right on it, but Jordy just barely fair, and it rolled all the way down. Short porch here at Brent Brown, out in left. It's only 305 down that left field line with about a 14-foot fence there right down the line.
That'll bring up Seth Rainier, the Utah Valley catcher. Rainier 0 for 1 in the game. Does have an RBI and a run scored as he hit a sacrifice fly in his last at-bat. Rogers steps off and looks Hart back to second. Rainier, as I said, sack fly in his last at-bat, and he also was hit by a pitch back in the first inning. He came around to score back in that first. So productive game for Rainier. Here he's got a man in scoring position as Hart dances off the bag at second. Pitch in the dirt, ball 1 to Rainier.
Big moment here in this ball game, as the Wolverines have struggled this season to hit with men in scoring position, but they kind of came out of that funk as a part of this 5-game win streak.
As you said, Jordan, Utah Valley's won their last 5 ball games, and they're looking for the season sweep against BYU as they defeated the Cougars in Provo about a month ago. Pitch upstairs, it's 2-0 to Rainier. 2 balls, no strikes. Rainier, the catcher, batting .265 on the season. As I said, has an RBI and a run scored in this one as he hit a sac fly back in the second. Was hit by a pitch and came around to score back in the first. He's got Hart in scoring position after Hart hit a 2-out double a few moments ago. Rogers will step off as Parker Starr, the second baseman, came to kind of check on Jordy Hart, the Utah Valley runner, on second base.
I mentioned Rogers out of Mesa, Arizona. Well, that is where the Wolverines will hope to be come late May. That's where the WAC tournament will be held.
2-0, misses outside, and it's 3-0 on Rainier.
That tournament at the brand new Chicago Cubs spring training facility, so only 6 of the 10 Western Athletic Conference teams get into the tournament. So the Wolverines in the hunt to get in there, and heck, I want them to get in just so I can visit the facility, James.
You're going to go, aren't you, Jordan?
I'm down there.
3-0 on the way from Rogers. Misses outside, and it's a 4-pitch walk to Rainier. So Rainier will take his base. Runners on first and second now with 2 away. And that'll bring up Sean Moish, the Utah Valley right fielder.
Yeah, that facility down there, they made it, from what I've seen and what I heard. I went down there for spring training this year but didn't go to that park. They've made it as close to kind of a replica a bit of Wrigley Field. So I think it'd be fun to broadcast a game from down there.
Yeah, it definitely would. And right now, as you said, the top 6 teams in the finish in the WAC will make the tournament. Utah Valley has actually moved into 3rd place in the WAC standings after sweeping Northern Colorado at home last weekend. Wolverines 11-7 in WAC play. First pitch to Moish on the outside corner for strike 1. No balls and a strike to Moish. Moish 1 for 2 in the game with an RBI single back in the first inning. hit one, went the opposite field through the left side of the infield. Was able to drive home a run with that one. Here he's got Hart on second, Rainier on first. Here's the 0-1 to Moist. Swinging a chopper to short. Nielsen will back up on it, hop up, make the play, throw to second for the short out, and he gets it just in time before the sliding Rainier into second base. So fielder's choice. That's the third out of the inning. The Wolverines have a hit, strand a runner, and at the end of 4, we're tied at 3-all. You're listening to Utah Valley Baseball here on the Wolverine Sports Network.
I'm Tom Shane. You wouldn't buy a house just by looking at the real estate. You need to see the house to know its true condition. Likewise, you can't tell if a diamond has any sparkle just by looking at its lab certificate. Diamonds with the same lab grade have different amounts of sparkle depending both on their cut and where the inclusions are located inside the diamond. Most other jewelers buy their diamonds based on lab grade without seeing how much they sparkle. At Shane Company, we go to the diamond cutters, where the diamonds are first sorted by grade, and then we hand-pick the diamonds with the most sparkle from within each grade. You'll see that Shane Company diamonds sparkle more than other jewelers' diamonds with the same lab grade. Shane Company, direct diamond importers, at the corner of State Street and 7200 South. Open weekdays till 8, Saturday till 5, closed Sunday. Online, shaneco.com.
Now back to UVU baseball only on 960 The Zone.
Well, welcome back here to Brent Brown Ballpark in Orem. In-state battle between the Wolverines and Cougars tonight. Utah Valley and BYU all knotted up at 3 apiece as we start the 5th inning. For BYU to lead things off, it'll be the top of the order. Center fielder Brennan Lund. Lund, Uri, and Snyder due up here for the Cougars. Devin Nelson remains on the hill for Utah Valley. First pitch swinging is Lund, and he hammers one into right. Diving at it is Sean Moish near the corner, and he comes up empty. It drops in, and it's up against the wall. Lund flying around the bases. He'll make it to third standing up, and that's got to be scored a triple. Tough play for Sean Moish. I thought it was hit harder off the bat, as I think Moish did, as he kind of went back on it the last minute, kind of came in, dove at it right near the foul line there, and missed it. It went up against the wall, and it's a triple for Brennan Lund and the Cougars here to start the 5th.
Well, it will be ruled a triple, but Moish really, as you mentioned, Jamie, took a terrible route to that ball. Did not see it well off the bat, and then at the last minute, instead of just standing and knocking it down, he dove and it rolled all the way to the wall, and that cost the Wolverines at least 1, if not 2 bases.
So a golden opportunity for BYU here. Leadoff man on third after the triple by Lund. Eric Uri digs in the batter. First pitch misses inside for ball 1 to him. Uri in this one, 1 for 2 with an RBI. He grounded a double play in the first and then had an RBI single in the second inning. Uri batting .313 on the season, hitting .360 with runners in scoring position. Here's the 1-0 to him. Swing and a miss. Nice off-speed pitch from Nelson. It's 1 ball, 1 strike.
There's a left-hander getting warm in the pen for the Cougars. He has his sweatshirt or his warm-up jacket on, so we can't see who it is, but a lefty getting loose.
Looks like a lefty for Utah Valley in the Wolverine pen. Looks like Tori Ulibarri out there warming as well. 1-1 swung on and driven to center field. Jordy Hart going back will make the catch. Tagging is Lund, and he will score as Hart had to go back on that ball. Couldn't get much on the throw. The throw went into second base, so it's a sacrifice fly off the bat of Eric Uri, and the Cougars have taken a 4-3 lead here in the 5th.
Well done by Uri, just getting a ball that he could hit deep and high, and that ball really kept carrying on Hart. I don't think it was aided by the wind all that much, as the wind is carrying, or rather blowing out towards right center, that ball in left center field, but just manufacturing a run there after the triple and the mistake from Moish in the field.
So J.C. Snyder will bat. First pitch on the outside corner for strike 1. First at bat of the ball game for Snyder. Snyder hitting for Dylan Robinson, who came out, looked to be injured after he flew out back in the second inning. He kind of fell down and stumbled and had to be helped off the field. So Snyder playing third base is his first at bat here. Pops this up in foul territory. Riley White up against the Cougar dugout. Can't get there as it bounces into the dugout and into the seats. And it's 0-2 quickly here on J.C. Snyder. Snyder, the new Cougar third baseman, hitting 179 on the season. And as I said, his first at bat of the ball game here in the fifth. BYU leads Utah Valley 4-3 here, top of the fifth inning. Second and final meeting between these two clubs here in 2014. Looking back at the all-time series, we'll tell you about that in a minute. 0-2 from Nelson, just misses with a heater, clocked at 88 miles per hour off the plate, 1-2. BYU leads that all-time series 16-8, but it's much closer, Jordan, over the past, 7 seasons, as the two teams have split the last 12 games. So each team has won 6 games apiece in the last 12 games played. 1-2 swung on and missed as Nelson blows one by Snyder, strikes him out for the second out here in the fifth inning.
What you've seen is UVU has become a Division I school and recruited or brought in better recruiting classes, you could say. The matchup is really evened up. Just as a fan, I'd like to see them play more. I mean, you're only 10 minutes away. It's so easy to play a midweek matchup. You'd like these teams to play much more than twice a year.
Brock Whitney, the batter. First pitch, fouls it back up over our heads off of the rooftop for strike one. And Jordan, I'd have to agree with you. You look around, you're saying, as a fan, you'd like these teams to play more. Look at the crowd.
There are nearly 5,000 people here, if not 5,000 people here.
I mean, it's nearly capacity crowd. Brent Brown Ballpark holds 5,000 with all the grass berm seats here at Brent Brown Ballpark. And I mean, this has got to be pushing, as you said, 5, maybe 3 or 4,000, I'd say. Whitney hits this one off the end of the bat into shallow right center field. Diving is Moish, and he makes the catch. So Moish kind of makes up for the one he misplayed to start the inning. That Lund tripled into the right field corner on a misplayed ball by Moish. And this time Moish sliding in, feet first slide, is able to backhand that ball before it hit the grass and make a fine catch. As in the middle of 5, BYU pushes a run across. Moish makes a nice sliding catch to end the inning. And we'll head to the bottom of the fifth with the Cougars on top of the Wolverines by a score of 4-3.
UVU fans love their athletics. Did you know that they love to stay at La Quinta across the street from UVU? That's right. With La Quinta's bright side breakfast, free wireless internet, workout room, an indoor pool and spa, great rooms, and friendly staff, what's not to love? Be a true UVU fan and stay at La Quinta Inn and Suites in Orem.
Hey, Wolverine fans, this is UVU President Matthew Holland, and I would like to personally invite you to join the Wolverine Club. The Wolverine Club coordinates social activities, pays tribute to student-athletes, and honors alumni and friends who provide support to the athletic program. Donated contributions provide academic and athletic opportunities for over 300 Utah Valley University student-athletes annually. There are many benefits for Wolverine Club members, including courtside seating, club luncheons, dinners, and much, much more. Be a Wolverine, support scholarships, and join the Wolverine Club.
Now back to UVU baseball only on 960 The Zone.
Mark Kruger to lead things off, the Utah Valley designated hitter. 4, 5, 6 hitters for the Wolverines. As BYU played it around in the top of the fifth, they lead this by a score of 4-3. Let's see what the Wolverines can do offensively here as they'll try to answer. First pitch from Hayden Rogers, the BYU reliever. This is outside for ball one to the current WAC hitter of the week, Mark Kruger. He was named to that honor yesterday. Kruger, the big left-handed hitting, I almost said first baseman, but designated hitter as of late. Riley White's been playing first base for the majority of the season for the Wolverines. Pitch on the outside corner. It's 1-1 here on Kruger. Rogers delivers, fouled back, and it's going to go 1-2 now on Kruger. Kruger in the game 1 for 1. He singled out to left field in the third. He's also walked, so he's been on base both times so far as Kruger. Here, trying to get on with the leadoff hit with his team trailing by a run in the bottom of the fifth. Rogers working quickly. Here's the 1-2 overhand curveball, misses away, and it's 2-2.
On the out-of-town scoreboard, James, Seattle of the Western Athletic Conference, they're currently on top of number 13 Washington, 6-3. That game in the top of the fifth on the Washington campus. I was about to say it's in Seattle, but
2-2 curveball. That one's right down the pipe, and Kruger knew it as he heads into the Utah Valley dugout looking. Nice pitch from Hayden Rogers as he freezes Kruger, and Kruger down on strikes.
Yeah, that one dropped off the table. A terrific pitch there from Rogers. Also on the out-of-town scoreboard, Bakersfield is leading CS Northridge 4-0. that game in the bottom of the first. North Dakota leading North Dakota State by 1 run in the 7th.
Bradley White first pitch hacking, and he flies one to deep center field. Going back and settling under it is the BYU center fielder Brennan Lunn, and makes the catch. They're quickly 2 away here in the last of the 5th.
Northern Colorado beat Air Force 6-2 earlier today. Sacramento State beating Menlo 7-1, or actually that game is a final 7-1. And then 6-2, Incarnate Word beating UT Pan American 6-2. I have no idea where that if that even exists, James. I'm not sure that's real, to be honest with you.
I believe they're in San Antonio.
I'll Google it and get back to you.
Incarnate Word, and their men's soccer team, Jordan, is actually a WAC affiliate member.
Really?
As Utah Valley is adding men's soccer, coached by head coach Greg Moss, and they'll begin play this fall here with the UVU men's soccer team.
Not to change the subject, we'll go back to the soccer. A ball just got away from the bullpen in right field.
First pitch swinging, Cade Andrus down. It comes up empty. It's 0-1 on Andrus.
And the ball somehow ended up in center field. As I was looking at the out-of-town scoreboard, ball gets away somehow from the bullpen, ends up, I don't know how that happened.
0-1 from Rogers. Foul tipped in the catcher Jarvis's glove, and it's 0-2 now on Cade Andrus. I don't know. I was kind of looking out there also, Jordan. I don't know how that happened.
I don't know if a fan threw I have no idea where that baseball came from. That is bizarre. I wanted to see if you noticed where it came from.
Rogers ahead of Andrus, 0-2. Breaking ball just misses low, and it's 1-2 now here on Cade Andrus.
To conclude that look at the WAC out-of-town scoreboard, New Mexico State will take on ASU, Arizona State. Well, they just got underway about 10 minutes ago. No score, though.
Go over the West Coast scores maybe next inning. Here's the 1-2 on the way. Andrus stays alive as he fouls it out of play on the right side. It's 1-2.
I know this is a terrific topic to bring up with 2 strikes and 2 outs, but tell me more about Incarnate Word.
Incarnate Word. I should know more than I do. I believe they're a Division II school in most of their sports, but they're we'll have to check on that. 1-2 on the way. Misses inside. I think they might have jumped up to Division I. 2-2 here on Andrus. We'll check on that. I'm trying to think now.
I'm on it, James.
I believe that they're located in San Antonio.
True. Got it.
2 balls, 2 strikes here on Cade Andrus. Hayden Rogers trying to get out of the inning. There's a ground ball off the bat of Andrus right at the shortstop Nielsen. He gobbles it up, throws to first in time. And just like that, the inning is over. 3 up, 3 down go the Wolverines. We end 5 innings here in Orem with BYU on top of Utah Valley by a score of 4-3. We'll be back here in a minute with more Utah Valley baseball on 960 The Zone.
Captain Sorensen here for the guaranteed best meatballs anywhere. Firehouse Subs meatball stuff.
King of the meatballs, that's for sure.
Without equal.
Well, technically, the Firehouse Meatball does have an equal. The Firehouse Meatball sub you eat today is just as amazing as the one you'll eat next week and every week after that.
So basically, they're co-rulers. Is that what you're saying?
I'll put it this way. Nothing compares. And no wonder, Firehouse Meatballs are specially blended with premium ground beef and pork, aged Parmesan cheese, toasted breadcrumbs, and Italian spices. And the crown? Our zesty marinara plus melty Wisconsin provolone. And the throne, please? Our perfectly toasted private recipe sub rolls. It's the classic Firehouse Meatball sub. Guaranteed to be the best meatballs you've had anywhere. Try it today, only at Firehouse Subs. Take one bite. Our way beats their way. If you don't agree, it's free.
Look for us on Facebook, Twitter, and firehousesubs.com.
Firehouse Subs, founded by firemen.
Let's get back to the game. Here's James Warnick and more UVU baseball on 960 The Zone.
Well, welcome back here to Brent Ballpark on the campus of Utah Valley University. It's UVU trailing to BYU right now, 4-3. Here as we start the 6th inning, Kelton Caldwell, Brett Lopez, and Jarrett Jarvis due up for the Cougars. As these two teams, looking at the scoreboard, we're tied at 3 after 2 innings. BYU tacked on a run in the 5th. That's where we sit with BYU on top, 4-3. First pitch of the 6th, taken downstairs for ball 1 to Caldwell from the right-handed starter, Devin Nelson, as he remains on for the Wolverines here in the 6th. Jordan, we saw Nelson pitch into the 9th inning when these two teams met up on April 1st at Larry H. Miller Field in Provo, a game that Utah Valley defeated BYU by a score of 8-3. Pitch misses away, and it's 2-0.
I've been here all 4 years. I believe that Nelson has pitched here, and that ball game was the best game I've ever seen him pitch. Usually Nelson, the problem really comes around this inning, around the 6th. He starts to lose command and have problems, but not at Miller Park a month ago.
2-0 swung on and missed. It's 2-1 here on Caldwell. Caldwell 0 for 1 in the game. He flied out back in the 3rd, and he was hit by a pitch in the 1st. Talked about we had a number of hit batters back in that 1st inning. I believe it was 4 total. Each starting pitcher hit a couple apiece. Here's the 2-1 from Nelson. Nice pitch as he ties up the batter Caldwell and catches the inside corner. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, Nelson does not overwhelm you with a velocity, a fastball at 86. As long as he can locate and mix in the slider, curveball, even the changeup, he can do some damage.
2-2 from Nelson. Ground ball up the middle and through as Grayson Bogdan, the Wolverine second baseman, was shading Caldwell to pull there, and that one was hit kind of more where usually the second baseman is playing, is positioned defensively, but Bogdan kind of halfway between first and second couldn't get to that as that went up the middle and through for a leadoff hit for the Cougars.
Yeah, tough break for the Wolverines. That ball was barely hit. That was a slow roller into center field. Bogdan, though, as you said, James, was nowhere near it. So base hit.
So leadoff single for Caldwell, his first hit of the ball game. He's on first base for BYU. Cougars lead at 4-3 here in the 6th. Brett Lopez, the DH, will dig in now for BYU. Righty-righty matchup. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul ball on the right side. Riley White, the Utah Valley first baseman, will give chase, but that's out of play. First strike 1.
James, an update on Incarnate Word, which we were discussing last inning. They are a Division I school. There are other teams other than the soccer team, which will play in the WAC, play in the Southland Conference.
Jordan, when we went to break, I asked you, I said, aren't they in the Southland Conference? So somehow I guessed that one.
I can confirm that.
Here's the 0-1. This one swung on and hit hard to left field. Cade Andrus on his horse looking back, going back, and it's out of here. A 2-run home run off the bat of Brett Lopez as that one just got over the left field fence, over the Costa Vida sign here at Brent Brown Ballpark. And that puts BYU up by a score of 6-3. As Lopez exits stage left here at Brent Brown Ballpark.
Yeah, Lopez gets a ball up in the zone, and he knew what to do with it. A right-hander in the pen warming for UVU. That's Kyle Valgartson. I'm not sure what Nelson threw there, but it missed over the plate. And now here comes Eric Matson. We're going to bring in Valgartson.
I believe we're going to have a pitching change, as you said. When Coach Madsen comes out, that usually means the hook with him, and that's the case here as he takes the ball from Devin Nelson. So Nelson will exit the game here with his team trailing 6-3. Nelson pitches into the 6th inning, gives up the 2-run home run to Brett Lopez. That'll bring in Kyle Valgartson, the sophomore right-hander for Utah Valley. And we'll step aside and take a break and come back and tell you about some numbers on Valgartson, the new Utah Valley pitcher. A pitching change in Orem. BYU up by a score of 6-3. You're listening to Utah Valley Baseball here on 960 The Zone.
I'm Tom Shane, and you wouldn't buy a house just by looking at the real estate listing. You need to see the house to know its true condition. Likewise, you can't tell if a diamond has any sparkle just by looking at its lab certificate. Diamonds with the same lab grade have different amounts of sparkle depending both on their cut and where the inclusions are located inside the diamond. Most other jewelers buy their diamonds based on lab grade without seeing how much they sparkle. At Shane Company, we go to the diamond cutters where the diamonds are first sorted by grade, and then we hand-pick the diamonds with the most sparkle from within each grade. You'll see that Shane Company diamonds sparkle more than other jewelers' diamonds with the same lab grade. Shane Company, direct diamond importers, at the corner of State Street and 7200 South. Open weekdays till 8, Saturday till 5, closed Sundays. Online at shaneco.com.
Now back to UVU baseball only on 960 The Zone.
Jordan Bianucci back here with James Warnick. The Cougars lead the Wolverines 6-3. We're in the top of the 6th inning. New pitcher on for UVU. It's the righty, Kyle Valgartson. Valgartson this season, he has an earned run average of .585. He's 1-1 win-loss. This will be his 16th appearance, all in relief. He has saved 2 ball games, picked up a save. He has pitched 20 innings even, given up 13 walks, struck out 9. Opponents are hitting .284 against the righty. So Valgartson getting to see some action here. Has not thrown a whole lot this season for the Wolverines. Devin Nelson leaves after giving up 6 earned runs in 5+ innings. Valgartson will face Jarvis here, the Cougar catcher.
Jarrett Jarvis to lead things off. First pitch from Valgartson runs well inside. Almost hits the BYU catcher, just misses him for ball 1. Jordan, I was looking at Brett Lopez with that 2-run home run for BYU. It chased Devin Nelson out of the game. That was his first long ball of the season for the Cougars. Or for the Cougar designated hitter, I should say. Swinging is Jarvis and fouling it back. It's 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, he got all. Well, I should say he got all of it. It barely just got out over the wall there in left field, but he didn't miss it. I guess you could put it that way.
Yeah, definitely had a good swing on a hard hit line drive out of here. Here's a 1-1 pulled foul. It's 1-2 now here on Jarvis. Jarvis in the game, 1 for 2 for BYU. They singled and drove home a run back in the first. It's also popped out. 6-3 Cougars is our score. Second and final meeting between these two clubs on the season. Final in-state battle for Utah Valley this season as well. 1-2 on the way from Valgartson. Wolverine reliever. It's in the dirt. It's 2-2.
Yeah, Valgartson will drop down there. You saw it there. He'll come with different arm angles. I believe that was a fastball that just missed in the zone. And he dropped down and kind of came 3/4 and missed. A lefty getting warm in the pen for Utah Valley, as well as a right-hander right now.
2 balls, 2 strikes to count here on Jarvis. Nobody out. Top of the 6th inning, BYU up 6-3. Valgartson delivers foul ball. It's off of Ryanier's glove, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, the lefty's still Torrey Ulibarri. The right-hander has his warm-up jacket on, so can't. James, do you recognize the wind-up down there from it?
I don't know if I do. I'm looking down there trying to decide. I was trying to decide if it might be Andrew Frater or one of the other Wolverine starters, but I don't think so. It's hard to tell right now. Torrey Ulibarri is the left-hander that's loosening, and we'll try to let you know who the right-hander is as soon as we can. 2-2 line drive into left field, and that's going to drop in. 2 hops in front of Cade Andrus for a single for Jarvis, and a nice start to the inning continues for BYU here in the 6th.
I would be very, in fact, that right-hander is going to, we'll see who it is right now. I'd be very surprised if it is Frater.
Batter for BYU will be the second baseman, Parker Starr now. Starr 0 for 1 in the game. He walked and scored a run back in the second, and then he flied out to right back in the 4th.
Yeah, that righty down there, Eric Olguin. Wolverines,
I could have predicted that if I would have thought about it, Jordan. That's usually kind of the standard center reliever. There's a bunt drop down, trying to barehand the ball. Zach Sless, the Wolverine third baseman, and he can't make the play. With a nice bunt drop down by Parker Starr. That'll be a bunt single from Starr. Dropped it down on the third base side. Sless came racing in from third, trying to pick it up as he tried to barehand it. It slipped in and out of his hand. He'll be credited with a bunt single. Runners on first and second now with nobody out. And coming up to the plate, it'll be Hayden Nilsson for BYU.
Well, big moment in this game again. The Cougars can really open things up here. If they can get a few timely base hits, they already lead by 3 runs. Third base coach and head coach Mike Littlewood will come in and have a conversation with Hayden Nilsson as Rainier talks to Valgartson out on the mound. Littlewood coaching third base a la Tommy Lasorda over there. Littlewood in much better shape, though, physically. Lasorda,
I can just see Lasorda almost getting hit with that bat. What was that in the All-Star game, coaching third a few years back, kind of trying to dive out of the way of that. Dropping down the bunt is Nilsson as we resume play right out in front of the mound. Valgartson will go to first to get the out, but a nice sacrifice bunt dropped down by Nilsson. 1-4 on the putout. It was Bogdan covering the bag at first, and 2 men are in scoring position for the Cougars with only 1 out.
Great bunt. a nice job by the Wolverines, solid defensively. And here comes Eric Matson. I think we're going to have another change. But to just finish that thought, the will play on for the Wolverines as Bogdan covered first to get the out. And we will have the lefty, Tori, I believe that's Tori Ulibarri. Coming in for the Wolverines.
Tori Ulibarri will come in. Kyle Valgarten will exit. 2 men in scoring position for the Cougars. We'll keep this one here with you as Utah Valley with the second pitching change of the inning. Valgarten allowed a single to Jarvis, a bunt single to Starr, and then just got Hayden Nielsen just dropped down a sacrifice bunt. So men on second and third for BYU. 2 men have scored in the inning as Brett Lopez hit a 2-run home run off the bat of Devin Nelson earlier in the inning. And now with the Cougars are threatening for more, the left-hander senior Tori Ulibarri is in. And Jordan, do you have some numbers on Ulibarri?
I do. Ulibarri, a 3.6 earned run average. This is his only the 10th game he's appeared in. He's only pitched 7 1/3 innings, 4 walks, 2 strikeouts for him. So the Wolverines kind of pulling out guys out of the pen that have not seen a lot of action this season, trying to get them some work. And it's always a tough spot you're put in as a head coach during games like these, where obviously the fan base and people come to see you, they want to see you win, but really these games don't mean anything in the sense of a conference championship or like that. So you don't want to waste your best guys in a midweek game that ultimately doesn't matter. I don't want to say it doesn't matter, but essentially for postseason play, it does not.
It does matter a lot around the community, though. And, I mean, we talked about earlier, Utah Valley has played even with BYU for the past 7 seasons. We said the Cougars lead the all-time series 16-8. Utah Valley and BYU have split the last 12 meetings. And so these two teams have had a very tight series all time. Tori Ulibarri is on for Utah Valley. 1 out, 2 men in scoring position. And coming to the plate for BYU, it'll be the leadoff man, Brennan Lund, the center fielder. Lund tripled down in the right field corner. It's kind of a misplayed ball that Sean Moish, the Wolverine right fielder, came in on at the last minute, dove and got under his glove and into the corner. And Lund was able to motor around, triple, and score in that inning. He's 2 for 3. He also singled back in the first. So a big situation for BYU as they're trying to kind of blow this one open here a little bit. Up 6-3. Cougars up 3 runs in the top of the 6th. 1 out, 2 men in scoring position. And the Utah Valley defense will come in. Well, the infielders, I should say. All 4 infielders in on the infield grass. First pitch from Ulibarri to Lund on the outside corner for a called strike 1. Nice pitch from Ulibarri.
And you make a nice point, James. It really does. It means a lot in the community, this game, and that's we were talking earlier. Well, they should play more. Creates excitement, and fans come out to the ballpark. But it does put Eric Matson and Mike Littlewood in tough positions as far as who's expendable, who they want to throw.
1 on the way, and that one's off the end of the bat, down in the left field corner, and it goes just foul. That one was real close, about maybe a foot foul on the left field line, down into that corner. That one would have scored 2 runs for sure, but it luckily goes foul if you're a Wolverine fan. 6-3 Cougars, top of the 6th, 2 men in scoring position, 1 away, and it counts 0-2 here on Brennan Lund, the BYU center fielder. Lund, as I said, 2 hits in the ball game, batting .312 on the season. With runners in scoring position, he's hitting .375. Infield is in, outfield straight away. Lefty-lefty matchup. Here's the 0-2 from Ulibarri, way outside with the heater, and it's 1-2.
Brennan Lund, the 5'11", 185-pound freshman out of South Jordan, Utah, right out of Bingham High School. Just about a 35, 40-minute drive up Interstate 15 from this ballpark.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Ulibarri. Swinging a foul ball back into the screen as Lund just gets a piece of it. Count stays 1-2.
I should mention Lund, the true freshman for BYU. Say that only because they have a lot of return missionaries on the ball club who may be freshmen, but may very well be 20 or 21 years old.
The Utah Valley Club has a number of
Yeah.
return missionaries as well. Both these teams here in Utah County. Here's the 1-2 outside. It's 2-2. A lot of LDS players on both teams. Brigham Young University, of course, church affiliated with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Which is why I cannot figure why they named their ballpark after Miller Lite. It baffles me. It baffles me, James.
Jordan, I don't think it's named after Miller Lite.
Oh.
I believe it's named after Larry H. Miller.
Okay, that's good to know.
Here's the 2-2 put into play. Line drive to left, right to Cade Andrus. Andrus is shallow, so the runners will hold. Nice job there as Andrus came firing to the cutoff man Sless, keeping runners at second and third. And that's the second out of the inning. As Lund flies out to shallow left, then the runners do not advance.
I'm glad you corrected me on that, James, because that could have been embarrassing.
Larry H. Miller, the late great owner of the Utah Jazz. His wife now owns the Jazz. Gail Miller and a couple of their sons help run the club as well. But yeah, the beautiful facility over there in Provo, Larry H. Miller Field, and actually it's right next to the softball field. They call it Miller Park, the softball field named, Gail Miller Field. Coming to the plate now is Eric Urey. He looked to bunt, did Urey, pulled his bat back, and it's called for a strike.
Yeah, he's asking home plate umpire Mike Reimer, did I go around? And Reimer says, no, it's a strike.
Called on the inside corner. Urey, the batter, has a couple RBIs in the game. He singled and drove home a run in the second, and he hit a sacrifice fly back in the fifth. Here's the 0-1. Swing a line drive to left. Andrus right there will reach up, make the one-handed catch, and the inning is over. But not before BYU scores 2 runs on a 2-run home run off the bat of Brett Lopez. The Cougars do strand 2 runs, however, and in the middle of 6, it's BYU 6, Utah Valley 3. We'll be back with the bottom of the 6th here in a minute. You're listening to UVU Baseball on 960 The Zone.
Hey, Wolverine fans, this is UVU President Matthew Holland, and I would like to personally invite you to join the Wolverine Club. The Wolverine Club coordinates social activities, pays tribute to student-athletes, and honors alumni and friends who provide support to the athletic program. Donated contributions provide academic and athletic opportunities for over 300 Utah Valley University student-athletes annually. There are many benefits for Wolverine Club members, including courtside seating, club luncheons, dinners, and much, much more. Be a Wolverine, support scholarships, and join the Wolverine Club.
Game management is brought to you by the Les Olson Company. The difference between success and failure can come down to game management. Partner with the pros at Les Olson Company to manage all of your document needs. Managing the flow of information is vital to the success of any business. Les Olson Company provides its partners with a full range of document management solutions backed by a veteran team of professionals. More than paper and ink, more than hardware and technology, this is a partnership. Visit us online at lesolson.com. Les Olson Company, your business empowered.
Now back to UVU baseball only on 960 The Zone.
Wolverines trail Brigham Young 6-3 as we head to the bottom half of the 6th inning here in Orem. New pitcher on for BYU. It is James Langle. Langle this season has a 5.87 earned run average. He's 0-1 win-loss. This will be his 14th appearance. He's pitched 15 and a third innings, given up 8 walks and struck out 9. Opponents are hitting .344. So Langle, we haven't seen him all that much, or we haven't. No one's seen Langle all that much this season, but UVU saw him back when they played in Provo this season. Langle pitched 3 innings and gave up 1 run, which was not earned, on 3 hits, struck out 2. So he's had some success this season against the Wolverines. He will face Bogdan, Slesk, and Zollinger 7, 8, 9.
James Langle's on, third pitcher of the ball game for Brigham Young. We were told before the game, kind of a bullpen day for BYU, kind of pitching by committee, and Hayden Rogers did a nice job for the Cougars. He came out after pitching in 3 solid innings of scoreless relief for BYU. First pitch from James Langle, right in there for a called strike. I believe, as I'm looking, Hayden Rogers would be on for the win right now, as BYU's up 6-3 over Utah Valley here in the bottom of the 6th. Grayson Bogdan, the batter for Utah Valley, looking for his first hit. Pitch misses. It's 1-1. 91-mile-per-hour heater there from Langle.
Yeah.
Bogdan walked and scored a run back in the second, and he lined out to right back in the third. Here's the 1-1 on the way. Misses inside, and it's 2-1.
We've seen nothing but fastballs so far from Langle. He'll stay in the low 90s. That one at 89. Will come with a curveball, and then he has a split, or rather, no curveball. Will come with a slider and a split change.
2-1 pitch off the plate outside. It's going to go 3-1 here on Grayson Bogdan, the Utah Valley sophomore second baseman. Bogdan on the season batting .259. Here's the 3-1. High and outside. It's a walk. So a nice start to the inning for Utah Valley as Bogdan works a free pass. He'll trot down to first base. Leadoff man's aboard for Utah Valley as the Wolverines will try to come back trailing 6-3 here in the last of the sixth.
Well, a walk is as good as a hit, as they say. Right there it is, if you're Bogdan. And here comes, is that Jeremy Thomas, the pitching coach? I think it is. Out there and just has a very quick word with Langle. And now, you know what? That's interesting, James. A couple of years ago, as Jeremy Thomas walked off the mound, he did not step off the mound. He went to leave and then turned around and said something else to Langle. It just reminded me of a couple of years ago in L.A. when Don Mattingly came out and had a word with one of his pitchers. I can't remember the pitcher who was on, but they were playing the Giants. And Mattingly said something and then walked back towards the dugout. And he was not off. He was still in the field of play on the grass in the infield and looked back and said something. And he was charged with 2 visits. He had to take the man out of the game.
It didn't happen here, but I remember the time you're talking about. The batter, Zach Slesk. On first base is Grayson Bogdan. And the pitch to Slesk is in there for a called strike.
Nothing like that there. He was still on the mound. It just reminded me of that situation.
Righty-righty matchup. Langle bent at the waist. Here's the 0-1. Slesk drops down a bunt. It's a beauty on the third base side. Fielding it, Snyder goes to first. Safe. Oh, out is the call at first base. A bang-bang play and called out. The number of boo birds are out here in Orem. Real close play. I was trying to watch the first base umpire as he kind of started. It looked like he was about to call a safe sign, and he punched him out at the last instant. Brock Whitney fired to second there, trying to catch the lead runner. Grayson Bogdan too far off the bag at second, but Bogdan was able to get back at second safely. But it'll go down as a sacrifice bunt by Slesk. Almost beat it out. Batter now, Cam Zollinger. 1 out runner on second for Utah Valley. First pitch on the outside corner to Zollinger for strike 1.
Yeah, Randy Upton calling him out there, and I think it was the correct call, but just by a half a step maybe.
On second base is Bogdan. Wolverines trailing 6-3. Here's the pitch to Zollinger. This is downstairs, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Nice bunt by Slesk moments ago, advancing the runner into scoring position as the Wolverines trail 6-3 here to Brigham Young. 1-1 on the way to Zollinger. Misses outside from Langle, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Zollinger in the ball game, 1 for 2. Singled to right, back in the second, and he grounded out to short in the fourth. Langle from the stretch. Here's the pitch. Low and outside. It's going to go 3-1 here on Cam Zollinger, the Wolverine shortstop. Zollinger on the season, just his 19th start of the year. Batting .196. No homers, 6 runs batted in. 3-1 pitch on the way from Langle. Fastball catches the inside corner, and it's 3-2. Counts run full on Zollinger.
Zollinger, when the Wolverines were really struggling in Sacramento State, they had been 10-run ruled the day before and had not scored a run in the series. In the third game of that series, Cam Zollinger came in with a little bloop single RBI that really put the Wolverines over the top and got the bats going.
3-2 hammer down the line. If it's fair, it's gone, but it's going to go foul. As Zollinger hammered that ball about 10 feet foul over a couple of the WAC team signs in the foul territory here at Brent Brown Ballpark. Was that over, I believe, over the Sacramento State banner as you're talking about Sac State, Jordan? Good comment.
Pertinent.
That's
comment.
right. Well, let's see if Zollinger can get the Wolverines going here as they trail 6-3. 3-2, ground ball to third. Snyder will field it. Look, the runner back to second. Throw to first. Low throw, but Whitney fields it at first for the out. And they're 2 away as Bogdan had to stay put at second base on the play.
With 2 outs, it may come back to bite you, but not as big a deal to hitting to the same side as the runner on that left side as you did it with if there is nobody out, but an unproductive out nonetheless from Zollinger. And we're back to the top of the order.
Jordy Hart, the center fielder, will dig in. Hart in the contest is doubled and was hit by a pitch. He also popped out. 1 for 2 with a run scored. First pitch to Hart outside for ball 1. Look out to the BYU bullpen. We've got 2 men up and warming. A righty and a lefty up and loosening for the Cougars. For Utah Valley, right-handers up and throwing as well. Bogdan leads from second. 2 outs, 1-0 to Hart outside, and it's 2-0.
Well, the 2 out there for the Cougars. It's Chris Howard, the left-hander. And can't quite see the right-hander yet.
2-0 pitch to Hart, well outside, and it's 3-0. Fastball from Lingle, clocked at 89. Misses off the plate outside. 3 balls, no strikes now on Jordy Hart.
I believe it's Brandon Kinzer, the right-hander, though it's hard to see down that corner as we approach twilight time in Orem. We said the temperature, well, it's low, it's cold in the 40s, but looking out beyond left field, the Wasatch Mountains illuminated in the setting sun. Beautiful night.
3-0, that one misses blown away as well. So a 4-pitch walk to Jordy Hart. He'll take his base. That'll put men on first and second with Seth Rainier, the catcher, coming to the plate for the Wolverines.
Well, if you're the Wolverines, I sound like a broken record, but again, a big situation. You have men on base, and you trail by 3 runs here. These are the situations you're going to come back and look at if you lose back in the 9th, saying, well, could have got one there.
On second base is Bogdan. He walked to lead off the inning. Moments ago, Hart just issued a 4-pitch, 2-out walk. So men on first and second. First pitch to Rainier. Outside for ball 1. So Lingle struggling with his command right now. Time is called. Jarrett Jarvis, his catcher, will trot out and have a quick word with him. We've already seen a visit from the BYU pitching coach, so a visit would result in a pitching change in this situation. As you said, Jordan, really a picturesque evening here in Orem tonight. Looking out with the sun setting, you can see the sun bouncing off the Wasatch Mountains. Really a picturesque evening. Kind of cool temperatures, but a nice night for baseball. Big crowd on hand. 1-0 to Rainier. Misses high, and it's 2 balls, no strikes.
Not a bad pitch there from Langle, just above the belt to Rainier. And give Mike Reimer, the home plate umpire, credit. He has been consistent tonight, giving a couple inches off the outside, but not calling that high strike.
2-0. Well, this time catches the inside corner. It's 2-1. Looking at Rainier tonight. No official at bat for him so far on this one. He was hit by a pitch, scored a run in the first, hit a sacrifice fly, drove an RBI in the second, and then he walked in the fourth. So looking for his first hit here with 2 men on. 2-1. Swinging a chopper pulled foul on the third base side. It's going to even up at 2 balls, 2 strikes on Seth Rainier. On second base for Utah Valley is Bogdan. On first base for the Wolverines is Hart. So good speed on the base pass. Cougars lead this game by a score of 6-3. We're in the last of the 6th here at Brent Brown Ballpark on the campus of UVU. BYU and UVU doing battle here tonight. 2-2 on the way to Rainier, swinging a foul ball splash to the right side. It just misses the seats and into kind of the batting cage area.
You got to be so careful, especially that one on the right side, but especially on the left side where that berm is, and the kids over there rolled down it. But you really need to pay attention when you're in those spots. Those line drives could, well, they could hurt.
Especially on a cool evening like tonight. 2-2, Langle set. Here's the pitch to Rainier. Swing a line drive pulled foul this time, and there's a one that goes right into where the spectators are. Hopefully everyone's okay, as that one just over the fence and into the grassy berm, about 5-10 feet into the berm area there down the left field line.
Yeah, everybody looks to be all right down there. I don't want to hit a gentleman, but
That was another one, Jordan, just as you're talking about. Ripped foul, that time pulled down the left field line off the batter Ryanier.
Well, if it's my talking, boy, Ryanier, what if he hit a home? A 3-run shot here would come in handy.
That's right. 2-2 pitch about to come. Here's the pitch. Foul ball as Ryanier right on that one. Fouled it straight back into the screen, and we'll do it again.
I could go for a cold drink as well. Just thinking out loud, James.
Jordan, you've got a water and a Mountain Dew. What do you want here?
Well, the Mountain Dew, James. I was going to wait and read the advertisement later, but I'll go ahead and do it now. Do the do at UVU. Remember, every ball game isn't complete without a cold Mountain Dew.
That's right. You got to love the green.
You got to love the green.
2-2. Nice battle from Ryanier right now. Battling with Lengel. Here's the pitch. 2 on, 2 out. Foul ball as Ryanier just gets a piece of it again. That one really looked to tie him off on the hands.
Yeah, fastball really jammed him.
But Ryanier somehow able to foul that one off once again. The at-bat continues. Big battle brewing here between Lengel and Ryanier.
Lengel using that fastball a lot in this inning.
Wolverines threatening. 2 men on, 2 outs. They're down 6-3 in the last of the 6. Lengel delivers the 2-2 pitch, swinging a ground ball up the middle, diving at it is Starr, and it's off his glove into center field. 1 run will score, going first to third on the play. For Utah Valley is a trail runner, Jordy Hart, and a big RBI hit from Seth Ryanier. Ryanier actually went halfway in between first and second there. I thought he was going to get caught in a rundown, but no one was covering first. So he was able to get back safely in plenty of time. But a big 2-out hit from Ryanier as he comes through there. And just what an at-bat there, Jordan. You got to talk about Ryanier there.
What a terrific at-bat from Seth Ryanier to just keep fouling them off. That fastball that's good from Lengel bearing in on the hands, I beg your pardon. And you described it perfectly, James. Just sawing him off there pitch after pitch after pitch. And finally just hits a ball hard up the middle and gets a run home. And the Wolverines now have 2 men in scoring position, or excuse me, 1 man in scoring position with the tying run on base. And now we will see a pitching change as Mike Littlewood comes out and will, I believe, go with the righty. Can't quite see him.
Looks like it might be the
Is it the lefty?
to me. It is. New pitcher on for Brigham Young as James Lengel day will be done. It looks like number 17, Chris Howard.
Howard this season, a 4.22 earned run average, 0-1 win-loss. This will be his 11th appearance. He's pitched 10 2/3 innings. 5 earned runs off him. He's struck out 7 and walked 5. Opponents are only hitting .211 against Howard. So both clubs going with some maybe underused relievers in this one, but a huge at-bat coming up for Sean Moish, and an interesting move to go with the lefty. Littlewood playing the strategy with Eric Madsen. Howard is the left-hander. Coming up is Sean Moish, the switch hitter. However, Moish does prefer to hit from the left side against the right-hander, so they'll turn Moish around. He will hit right-handed against the left-handed pitcher, and then, of course, following Moish, should he reach, it would be Kruger, who is also left-handed. So the logical move here coming from Mike Littlewood.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Probably a wise decision from Coach Littlewood, bringing in the southpaw to turn Moish, the switch hitter, around, hit from the right side, and then if Moish reaches, they'll have him in there, the lefty in to face Kruger, the big left-handed slugger for the Wolverines.
Following Kruger, it's another switch hitter who likes to hit from the left side, so Riley White who would have to hit from the right side. So a big at-bat, not really being conveyed through the music choice here, James, I would say. Big Girls Don't Cry, it's a terrific song, but with 2 men on and 2 men out and the tying run at first base, I may go with something different.
Go with something to
maybe
pump up the Wolverines
maybe a little more, a little harder.
That's right. 6-4 is our score. BYU on top. The Wolverines have scored a run in the inning. Seth Ryanier just came through moments ago with a big 2-out RBI hit up the middle as he played at Grayson Bogdan. Hart went first to third on the play. He's standing on third. On first is Ryanier. 2 outs still, and the batter is the right fielder, Sean Moish. First pitch from Howard, the new left-hander on the mound for BYU, misses inside. It's 1-0 on Moish.
Howard will come with a 83 to 85, mid-80s fastball. And we'll try to work on a curveball, sometimes rarely a changeup.
Moish 1 for 3 in the game with an RBI single back in the first. Pitch misses low and inside. It's 2-0 on Moish.
Well, you definitely don't want to put the tying run in scoring position, but as he is on first base right now, but Howard being very careful with Moish here with the lefty Kruger on deck.
Moish, the senior, hitting .286, batting .357 with men in scoring position. Pitch misses inside, and it's 3-0 now on Moish.
Eric Madsen just stepped out of the dugout and had a word with Kruger. It's always look through binoculars. Wish I could read lips right there.
3-0 to Sean. Catches the inside corner as Moish kind of started and stopped his swing there. The count's 3-1 on him now. Moish trying to time Chris Howard there, it looked like.
I think he had the red light there, but as you mentioned, James, trying to get that timing down.
Runners on first and third for Utah Valley. 2 out. Moish at the plate. Wolverines down a pair. 3-1 downstairs. Misses, and Moish will take his base. The bases are now loaded as Moish works the walk.
Well, here's your biggest at bat of the ball game so far. Here comes Kruger.
Mark Kruger, the current WAC hitter of the week, had a huge series against Northern Colorado last weekend in a sweep, WAC series sweep for Utah Valley. The Wolverines, Kruger had a big game in a win over Utah last Tuesday as well, and he had a big game against BYU in the win at Provo about a month ago with a pair of doubles and 3 RBIs. So Kruger trying to come through here. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Wolverines down 6-4. And as you said, Jordan, the biggest at bat for the Wolverines so far here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Curveball from Howard catches the inside corner for strike 1. 64-mile-per-hour curveball there from Chris Howard.
What a weapon that is to be able to pull out that, and that's the first time we've seen it, so Kruger obviously hadn't seen it. The big slow curve that just caught Kruger at the waist.
Base is full of Wolverines. Kruger in the game 1 for 2 with a single. He's also walked and struck out. Another curveball. This one catches the inside corner again. The first one was a high curve. This one a low curve, and they're both called for strikes. And Kruger's down in an 0-2 hole. Couple nice breaking balls thrown from Chris Howard.
Well, now Howard can change up Kruger. He can throw the ball 20 miles an hour faster if he goes with the fastball.
Bases loaded for Utah Valley. Let's see what Mark Kruger can do here. Howard's ahead of him. Time is called as the BYU catcher Jarrett Jarvis looks into the dugout for the sign here. 0-2's the count. Howard ahead of Kruger. Bases loaded. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. As the pitch is in the dirt, the catcher Jarvis will pick up the ball, step on the plate. The force coming home. And just like that, the inning is over. So a huge situation. Howard is able to strike out Kruger. And the Wolverines leave the bases loaded. The Wolverines do score a run, however, in the inning. And make it a 6-4 ball game. So at the end of 6, it's BYU 6, Utah Valley 4. We'll be back with the 7th here in a minute on the Wolverine Sports Network.
Captain Sorensen here for the guaranteed best meatballs anywhere. Firehouse Subs Meatball Stuff.
King of the meatballs, that's for sure.
Without equal.
Well, technically, the Firehouse Meatball does have an equal. The Firehouse Meatball sub you eat today is just as amazing as the one you'll eat next week and every week after that.
So basically, they're co-rulers. Is that what you're saying?
I'll put it this way. Nothing compares. And no wonder, Firehouse Meatballs are specially blended with premium ground beef and pork, aged Parmesan cheese, toasted breadcrumbs, and Italian spices. And the crowns? Our zesty marinara plus melty Wisconsin provolone. And the throne, please? Our perfectly toasted private recipe sub rolls. It's the classic Firehouse Meatball sub. Guaranteed to be the best meatballs you've had anywhere. Try it today, only at Firehouse Subs. Take one bite. Our way beats their way. If you don't agree, it's free.
Look for us on Facebook, Twitter, and FirehouseSubs.com.
Firehouse Subs, founded by firemen.
Now back to UVU baseball only on 960 The Zone.
Well, welcome back to Orem. James Warnick, Jordan Vianucci with you. New pitcher on the mound for Utah Valley. Fourth pitcher of the contest. It'll be the right-hander, Eric Olguin. Olguin on the mound now for Utah Valley. A 0-0 win-loss record. His 15th appearance overall. 9.53 ERA. He's pitched 11 1/3 innings of work. Struck out 10, walked 14, and opponents batting .289 off of him. So it'll be Olguin coming on for Utah Valley. Wolverines, as we ended the 6th inning moments ago, had the bases loaded. We're really threatening Mark Kruger, the big hitter at the plate. And the reliever for BYU, Chris Howard, managed to strike out Kruger as the Wolverines stranded the bases loaded as we ended the 6th. So we'll start the 7th for BYU. It'll be 3, 4, 5 hitters, Snyder, Whitney, Caldwell. And to tell you all about it is Jordan Vianucci.
Thanks very much, James. And struck out Kruger on 3 pitches. Very impressive from Howard, the lefty, who came in and got the job done. Wolverines leaving the bases loaded. So here's Olguin in a 2-run ball game, just trying to keep the Wolverines in this one. Righty on righty matchup. 0 for 2, Snyder on the day. For the night, I should say. Swung off, fouled back to the screen, a fastball. And it's 0-1. Snyder, who had his first, 0 for 2. He actually is only 0 for 1. He came back in as a defensive replacement for Dylan Robinson earlier in the ball game. That was in the after the 2nd inning. Robinson hit a ball in the center field. Now bunt shown out in front of the mound, coming to it, grounding or fielding it is Olguin, throwing to first for the out. And there's one away. A nice play by Olguin to pounce off the pitching mound there and field the ball cleanly. Make throw to first. One away now for Brock Whitney. So Snyder now 0 for 2, but Dylan Robinson went down at the plate as he hit a fly ball to center field to end an inning, and he had to be practically carried off the field. So we don't know what happened with Robinson. We think it's one of his legs, but no reason to speculate, but he was injured, unfortunately, for the Cougars. And here's Whitney. First pitch fastball misses in at 91, and it's 1-0. Nobody on, one man out here in the top of the 7th inning. BYU 6, Utah Valley 4. Playing very deep and left is Andrus. Jordy Hart shaded to the left and center. Ball misses down and away. 2-0, another fastball from Olguin. Whitney hitting .333 this season. He singled in a run back in the 1st. He is 1 for 3. 2-0 pitch coming. Fastball away, not close, 3-0 to Whitney. Whitney in his last at bat, that was back in the 5th inning. He hit one to right center field, he hit one to out there in right center, kind of shallow right center, and Sean Moish came in and made a terrific sliding grab to rob him of a base hit. But now a fastball misses down low, and on 4 straight pitches, Whitney walks. So a man on, a man out for Kelton Caldwell.
I'm looking ahead for both teams. This is a non-conference game, an in-state rivalry game between Utah Valley and BYU, but both teams will return to conference play this weekend. Utah Valley will be on the road as they'll head down to Las Cruces, New Mexico to take on New Mexico State for a Friday, Saturday, Sunday series. And then the Wolverines will actually stay in New Mexico to take on New Mexico. After playing 3 games at New Mexico State, they'll actually play a non-conference game on Monday at the University of New Mexico before heading home to take on Seattle U the following week. But BYU, this the first game of a 9-game in-state stand for BYU, or 9 games straight in the state of Utah, as they'll remain home this weekend, or they'll head home to Provo to take on Gonzaga this weekend, as it'll be a Thursday, Friday, Saturday series for BYU in West Coast Conference action. And it looks like, Jordan, as I look out, we've had a pitching change on the mound for Utah Valley as Olguin, his night is done.
It is. So the lefty for the Wolverines will come in. It is Braden Poole coming in to try and keep this one close. A lefty replacing a lefty. Matson obviously not seeing something he liked with Olguin out there. But it very well could have been the plan anyway to go with Poole here in this situation. A man on, a man out. The Wolverines trail by 2 here in the top of the 7th.
Braden Poole, the new pitcher for Utah Valley. 1-1 win-loss record for the Southpaw. 4.63 earned run average. It's his 15th appearance. Pitched 23 1/3 innings of work so far in the season. Struck out 12, walked 7. And opponents are batting under 300 as they're hitting 295 off of Poole on the season.
Poole? Go ahead, Jay.
No, sorry, Jordan. I was going to say Poole, a 6 foot, 175-pound junior out of Menon, Idaho, and recently married a fellow student athlete at Utah Valley, as he just married Haley Curtis of the women's soccer team a couple months ago. One of those student athlete marriages that are famous here at Utah Valley. We've seen quite a few of them over the years.
A match made in heaven.
That's right. A baseball player Poole marrying the women's soccer player Haley Curtis.
As Poole concludes his warm-up tosses here, it will be Whitney on first base for the Cougars with 1 out, and Caldwell coming to the plate. Caldwell, the left-handed hitter, singled in a run off Ulibarri last inning. That was part of a 2-run, or he didn't single in a run, I apologize. He singled and scored a run. Part of a 2-run inning that, well, it was a 2-run inning because Brent Lopez put one on the left field berm, a 2-run shot. Lefty on lefty, pitch, and a curveball breaks in there just off the inside part of the plate, 1-0. Poole resting his glove on that right knee, bent at the waist, hiding the ball behind his back, peering in at Rainier. Now he comes set, below the waist, checks the runner. The pitch, swing, and a miss on another slow curveball at 69 miles an hour, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, nice pitch there from Poole as he really changed things up with that slow curveball. Had Caldwell well out in front of it.
Poole trying to get a ground ball here with a man on first and only 1 out. We'll see if the Cougars try to start the runner. It's Whitney at first base. Now, Poole steps off and looks Whitney back. Whitney has stolen 2 bases this season. He's been caught twice. Riley White holding him on over there at first base. Big hole on the right side for Whitney, or I beg your pardon, Caldwell to pull one through. 1-1 pitch. Fastball, strike 2, outside corner. And the count is 1-2. The wind still blowing out towards center field as the lights begin to take full effect here at Brent Brown. A few fans have taken off as the temperature has dropped. 1-2 pitch coming. The runner takes off. Now they got it picked off. Throw to Riley at first, over to second. Here's the tag by Bogdan. And I say Bogdan by Zollinger. And a nice job by Poole. He guessed right. And Whitney is picked off the base pass. 2 away.
Yeah, great job there by Braden Poole, the left-hander, looking over and seeing Whitney taking off. He's able to throw to first, catch Whitney in somewhat of a rundown as he tried to get down to second. Riley White threw a strike to the shortstop Zollinger, and Zollinger actually was anticipating Whitney to slide into second. Whitney actually just put the brakes on, stopped, and Zollinger had to move up a couple feet and tag him out.
Now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. So the Wolverines get through the 7th. No runs, no hits, nobody left for the Cougars. We will stretch here in Orem as we head to the bottom of the 7th. The Wolverines trail by 2. You're listening to Utah Valley Baseball on the Wolverines Sports Network.
For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
I'm Tom Shane, and you wouldn't buy a house just by looking at the real estate listing. You need to see the house to know its true condition. Likewise, you can't tell if a diamond has any sparkle just by looking at its lab certificate. Diamonds with the same lab grade have different amounts of sparkle depending both on their cut and where the inclusions are located inside the diamond. Most other jewelers buy their diamonds based on lab grade without seeing how much they sparkle. At Shane Company, we go to the diamond cutters, where the diamonds are first sorted by grade, and then we hand-pick the diamonds with the most sparkle from within each grade. You'll see that Shane Company diamonds sparkle more than other jewelers' diamonds with the same lab grade. Shane Company, direct diamond importers, at the corner of State Street and 7200 South. Open weekdays till 8, Saturday till 5, closed Sunday. Online at gameco.com.
Now back to UVU baseball only on 960 The Zone.
Utah Valley trailing BYU 6-4 as we head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Jordan Bianucci alongside James Warnick bringing you UVU baseball on the radio. And, of course, WolverineGreen.com. A rousing version of the take me out to the ball game during the 7th inning stretch. First pitch, strike to Riley White. White, the switch hitter, hitting from the right side, facing the lefty Chris Howard, who came on last inning. Walked a man and then struck out Mark Kruger, leaving the bases loaded. 0-1. Slow curve, stays high and away. 1-1 the count to Riley White. The Wolverines, so far, the story has been a game of missed opportunities. They've left 9 men on base. We're in the 7th. Fastball in the dirt, that's 2-1.
You talked about Chris Howard coming in, walking the man last inning moist, but then huge strikeout. That was the biggest at-bat of the game to this point. Mark Kruger up with the bases loaded, and Howard managed to strike him out on 3 pitches, I believe.
2-1 pitch here, misses high and away, a fastball, 3-1. And Howard threw 3 straight slow curveballs to Kruger, and Kruger looked lost up there after having seen Moish up there, and Howard had thrown him quite a few fastballs. The pitch swung on, this one popped up right side, shallow right field. Going back as the second baseman star. Coming in is Caldwell, the right fielder. He will make the grab, and there's one away in the 7th. So here comes Cade Andrus with nobody on and a man out. The Wolverines just need to get 1 man on base to bring the tying run to the plate.
Yeah, Cade Andrus right here trying to get things started for Utah Valley. As you said, Jordan, the Wolverines need a base runner to try to get something going. Down 2 Andrus in the game, however, is hitless. He's 0 for 3.
First pitch to the right-handed hitter, swings and he pops it up. It's carrying, but very high, but well in the ballpark. Caldwell barely has to move in right field, makes a grab, and there's quickly 2 down here in the top or bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, not the start to the inning the Wolverines are hoping for. A couple of F9s as White and Andrus both fly out back-to-back. Andrus, as he said, that last one was kind of a can of corn right to Caldwell. But let's see if Grayson Bogdan can get things going here for the Wolverines. 2 outs, nobody on in the last of the 7th.
Bogdan, the 7th place hitter, nobody on, 2 out. 6-4, Cougars lead the Wolverines. Howard, the lefty, on the mound, working from the windup. The wind now beginning to just swirl out there in center as a fastball misses down low. Playing deep in left field is Eric Urey. Middle deep around for the center fielder Lund and right fielder Caldwell. Fastball, strike 1 on the inside corner. 1-1 to Bogdan. Bogdan has walked twice tonight and scored 2 runs. He's also popped out. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count to the right-handed hitter. Howard waiting now from the windup, the kick. Fastball, misses low and away. I say a fastball, that's a breaking ball there, off speed. 2-1 to Bogdan. 2-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled away off to the right side and out of play. The count now even at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Grayson Bogdan, the Wolverines second baseman out of Bluffdale, Utah, went to Riverton High School. As a righty and a lefty begin to warm down there for the Wolverines. Is that Patrick Wolf, the lefty down there, James? He has his warm-up on. Can't quite see. That one swung on and hit foul down the right field line just beyond the BYU bullpen and onto the track down there. And Bogdan stays alive. It's 312 down the right field line here at Brent Brown. 305 down the left field line. So short porches and then deep gaps. 408 dead center. 2-2 pitch. High and away, a curveball that looked like it slipped out of hand perhaps of Howard. And the count is full to Bogdan.
Jordan, I can't give you a 100% answer, but my guess would be it's Patrick Wolf and also Chad Michaud out there warming up the right-hander and the left-hander for Utah Valley.
Bases empty, 2 out. 6-4, Wolverines trail. Fastball misses down and in, and Bogdan's on first base with a 2-out walk. So life for the Wolverines, even if it is just barely breathing here in the 7th. Here's Slesk.
Yeah, I apologize, Jordan. But a nice job there by Bogdan, looking his 3rd walk of the game. As the 2 times he's walked previously, he's came around to score runs. So hopefully that's a good sign for the Wolverines. As Bogdan, nice at bat there, works the 2-out walk. And let's see if the Wolverines can get him in here. Zach Slesk coming to the plate.
Slesk from the right side takes a pitch in. It's 1-0. Slesk has attempted to bunt the past 2 times he's come to the plate. Successfully, he's bunted once in the 4th inning when he was trying to get on with a base hit. It was a bad bunt back to the pitcher quickly. But a sacrifice bunt in the 6th. Well done by Slesk. As I try to learn how to speak here while on the job as the ball misses up high, and in comes Hayden Nielsen, the shortstop for the Cougars, to have a word with the lefty on the mound, Howard.
Yeah, you're talking about Slesk with a couple of bunts in the game. That last one, he almost beat out. Almost got a bunt single on it as he was just throwing out at first with a bang-bang play.
Slesk waiting. 2-0. In there for a strike. A fastball in the outside corner. 2-1. Zach Slesk hitting .224 this season. No home runs. 11 runs batted in. Bogdan with good speed at first base. Only a couple of steps off the bag. Being held on by Brock Whitney. The 2-1. Fastball swung on and fouled back and out of play, and the count's even at 2-2 now. Should Slesk reach, it would be Cam Zollinger, the 9th-place hitter. Slesk up there, peers into the dugout for the sign. He represents the tying run. BYU 6, UVU 4. Here in the 7th. 2 out, a man on. Bogdan at first. Fastball swung on, grounded up the middle, base hit. Bogdan was going to go to try second and third, is playing it casually, and center was on the throw. He's safe. And advancing to second base, coming up clapping, is Zach Slesk, pumped up after a base hit up the middle and a mental mistake in center field by Brennan Lund. Brennan Lund did not look at Bogdan and was not expecting him to go first to third. So Bogdan checked it and went to third, and Lund's throw was well late into third, allowing Slesk to reach second. So a huge mental error and a great decision by Bogdan to go to third.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you, Jordan. I mean, Bogdan kind of hesitated. I think he was thinking about stopping at second base, and then he saw, as you said, Lund kind of taking his time out in center field, so Bogdan went for third, and I love Slesk's base running. He's able to reach second as he read the ball was going, or the throw was going to third. Slesk was able to motor into second base, so 2 men in scoring position, and it looks like we're going to have a pitching change for the Cougars.
It is, but we will. Chris Howard's night is over. Mike Littlewood signals for the right-hander coming in. We'll see who that is. We'll keep it here on WolverineGreen.com. So just as the Wolverines seem to be just about dead and Bogdan coaxed the 2-out walk, now the go-ahead run, the go-ahead run is at the plate, but the tying run, more importantly, is at second base and in scoring position. It will be Cam Zollinger to hit, the right-handed hitter. Littlewood going with a righty here as he begins his warm-up tosses. Tonight, Cam Zollinger 1 for 3. He singled back in the second inning, and he's grounded out twice since.
Looks like it's number 29, Brandon Kinzer, that has come on, the big right-hander for Brigham Young, on in relief here after the Wolverines got the 2 men in scoring position here. So a big situation as Kinzer, number 29, is on. I'll tell you some numbers about on the season for Kinzer here momentarily. Got to find them real quick. Kinzer, as I locate them, 3-2 win-loss record. Best numbers on the club for BYU this season. 3-2 win-loss record, 3.05 ERA. It's his 25th appearance. He's the closer for the Cougars. He has 4 saves on the year. Pitched 41 1/3 innings of work. Struck out 35, walked just 9. And opponents are hitting just .263 off of Brandon Kinzer.
So Kinzer will try to shut down the Wolverines here and get them out of this 7th inning. 6-4, the Cougars lead. The Wolverines threatening. It all started with a 2-out walk from Bogdan, who went first to third on a Slesk single up the middle. The Wolverines, once again, have stranded 9 men tonight and have not come through in situations like these as Kinzer completes his warm-up tosses. So here is Zollinger, the young shortstop. Zollinger, of course, the younger brother of Court Zollinger, the former Utah Valley catcher. Right-handed hitter, right-handed pitcher. Big moment in this ball game. Slesk, good lead at second base, not being held on. Bogdan, short lead at third. Now the wind really gusting out towards right field, right center. Kinzer throws. Fastball, high and away. 89-mile-an-hour fastball from Kinzer. Kinzer will come with that fastball and a curveball. But working a change every once in a while. Slesk exhales. Now Kinzer comes set, below the waist. Late kick. Fastball, strike right down the middle, and it's 1-1. This Wolverine team will be patient at the plate, see a lot of pitches. Good speed at second base. Slesk flapping his bare hands out there. Imploring Zollinger to just get a base hit here. Tie this game up. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 out. The pitch. Swung on, popped out of play. Back behind us. And now the count is 1-2.
Jordan, another huge situation for the Wolverines. Talked about tonight, the storyline's kind of been the Wolverines haven't been able to capitalize in big situations with men on base as they left the bases loaded last inning. Now let's see what Cam Zollinger, the Wolverine shortstop, can do here as it counts 1-2 on him. He has 2 men in scoring position. The tying run on second base here as the Wolverines trail 6-4 in the last of the 7th.
Kinzer peers in. The 1-2 pitch as Bogdan dances off third. Fastball just misses away. A gutsy take from Zollinger as that outside fastball has been called a strike tonight from Mike Reimer. That one definitely a ball, but close. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The stage set here for Zollinger. Should Zollinger reach, it would be Jordy Hart. Slesk at second, Bogdan at third. And now the catcher, Jarrett Jones, taking his time, will now get into the crouch. Kinzer has what he wants. The 2-2 pitch. Fastball, way outside at 91, and the count is full. So with a base open at first, a walk here does not kill you. It does put the go-ahead run on base. But more importantly, it would bring Jordy Hart to the plate, who doubled back in the 4th and is hitting the ball well right now. Full count. The runners will be on the move. The tying run on second base for the Wolverines as they trail by 2 here in the 7th. 3-2 pitch from Kinzer. Taking his time. Now he throws. Fastball swung on and hit to left. Just popped up. Coming in is Yuri. He will make the grab. And the Cougars are out of the woods. The Wolverines continue to struggle with men on base. They leave 2-11 overall tonight. So we head to the top of the 8th. Wolverines trail BYU 6-4.
Hey, Wolverine fans, this is UVU President Matthew Holland, and I would like to personally invite you to join the Wolverine Club. The Wolverine Club coordinates social activities, pays tribute to student-athletes, and honors alumni and friends who provide support to the athletic program. Donated contributions provide academic and athletic opportunities for over 300 Utah Valley University student-athletes annually. There are many benefits for Wolverine Club members, including courtside seating, club luncheons, dinners, and much, much more. Be a Wolverine, support scholarships, and join the Wolverine Club.
Hey, UVU fans, what would you say if I told you you could stay in one of Utah Valley's pristine hotels for free? Guess what? You can. By signing up for La Quinta Return, you can earn free nights at La Quinta. Stop by one of our many locations or visit us at lq.com. That's lq.com. Be a true UVU fan and stay at La Quinta Inn and Suites in Orem.
Now back to UVU baseball only on 960 The Zone.
Well, welcome back. BYU on top of Utah Valley by a score of 6-4. The Wolverines couldn't capitalize in the bottom of the 7th. And we head to the top of the 8th on the mound. New pitcher for Utah Valley. It's a junior right-hander, listed at 5'10", 180-pound Chad Michaud. Michaud out of Brush Prairie, Washington, on for Utah Valley. Michaud, one of the Wolverine closers, 3 saves on the season, 2-1 win-loss record, 8.59 ERA. It's his 16th appearance. He has 7 strikeouts, 9 walks, and opponents batting .345 off of Michaud. Michaud will face, as I look down, I believe we've got Jarrett Jarvis. Or I apologize, it's Brett Lopez, Jarrett Jarvis, and Parker Starr due up for the Cougars here in the top of the 8th.
Michaud working from the windup, trying to keep the Wolverines within 2 runs. They trail 6-4, top of the 8th. Fastball misses down low at 92, and it's 1-0. Michaud will throw some gas. Saw him over the weekend against Northern Colorado. Lopez, the right-handed hitter, checks his swing. Fastball missed. That's a pretty good pitch at 92 miles an hour. We've seen that called a strike tonight. But it missed outside, says Mike Reimer, and it's 2 balls, no strikes. The traffic continues to trickle down University Parkway beyond right field and center field as Lopez swings and misses at a fastball. 2 balls, 1 strike, the count to him. Lopez, of course, hit the 2-run home run that put the Cougars up 6-4. That was back in the 6th. That one swung on, chopper to short. Zollinger plays it, backhands it, throws to first. White stretching, makes the play. Zollinger, not a real strong throw there, but a put out, and there's 1 away in the 8th.
Yeah, nice job there. Nice stretch over at first base by Riley White. As Zollinger had plenty of time, kind of backed up on the ball, kind of a further throw than he suspected, I believe, as he kind of short-armed it a little, but White with a nice stretch over there, nearly doing the splits at first base, is he able to grab that one before it hit the dirt.
First pitch to Jarrett Jarvis, a fastball at 90, swinging and missing was Jarvis. As the ball got by Rainier to the backstop, it's 0-1. Jarvis tonight, a couple of singles, 2 for 1, or rather 1 for 2. 2 for 1, that'd be impressive, mathematically. 1 for 2 tonight with 2 singles, 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 1st.
2 for 3. Can't be 1 for 2 with 2 singles.
I am a real one-trick pony right now, James. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2, I think. So, no balls, 2 strikes. Michaud has looked impressive this inning. Holding that glove up in front of his face. Now goes into the windup. Big leg kick. 0-2. Misses outside. Now an appeal down to the first base umpire, Randy Upton. He did not go around, says Upton. BYU would love to tack on a few insurance runs here and make this a little less stressful. 6 outs left for the Wolverines as we're in the 8th. 1-2 pitch. Fastball swung on and missed, and wow, he really blew him away there. That fastball around the lettering of the uniform, and Jarrett Jarvis was behind it. 2 away.
Yeah, Michaud really right back and fired that 3rd strike there. The radar gun. Somehow I didn't pick it up. I saw it showed 51. That was 91.
91.
It was
Yeah,
in the low 90s. And a beautiful, hard fastball there from Michaud to strike out Jarvis.
Parker Starr takes a 92-mile-an-hour fastball, high and away. 1 ball, no strikes. Starr, let's see if I can get this right, James. He is 1 for 2. He singled, a little infield single back in the 6th for the Cougars. He walked in the 2nd and scored. 1-0, fastball misses up high, way up high at 92, and it's 2-0. So Michaud has not really shown the full repertoire yet. He's just reared back, good old country hardball, as they say. They say that, right? Is that something?
Sure.
Sure, let's go with that, yeah. 2-0 pitch, fastball swung on and fouled off to the right, and it's 2-1. Michaud is also listed as a catcher for the Wolverines. Colby Croft took a foul tip off the right knee. That was at Sacramento State a couple weeks ago. He's still nursing that injury to a degree. He is available off the bench. 2-1 pitch. Fastball swung on, fouled down the right field line. Well foul. It'll stay in the park, though. Giving chase was Sean Moish into the corner. The count 2-2. Croft will usually catch Andrew Frater on Friday starts, but it's been Rainier getting the bulk of the catching all season. 2 balls, 2 strikes, bases empty, 6-4, Cougars lead. 2 out, pitch is outside. Now the count is full. So Michaud will come in here with something good to hit. He does not want to walk a batter. Full count. Everybody just about straight away for the Wolverines. Hard a hair to the right. Ground ball to the left of the third baseman, Slesk. He has it. Throws to first, and White can't dig it out. A bad throw from Slesk, who played it so nicely off the hop, and now he makes the throwing error. So an E5, and the Wolverines continue to hurt themselves. But a nice job by Jarrett Jarvis to put it in play. He reaches. And it's unfortunate if you're Zach Slesk, because you did such a nice job to make the play in the first place, to field it to your left, a sharp one-hopper, and he made it look easy. He had time, just couldn't complete the throw. Here's Hayden Nilsson, the 9th-place hitter. Michaud, strike on the outside corner. Tonight, Nilsson is hitless. He's 0 for 3.
From that last play by Zach Slesk, almost looked like a Pablo Sandoval play. It's a fine defensive play to snag it and just blew the throw there.
That's
a tough play for the first baseman White over there to try to backhand that pick.
From the stretch, 0-1 is popped up. That was a terrific analogy. I want to fit that in. Popped up in right field. Jordy Hart, the center fielder in right center, will call off everybody and make the grab, and the inning is over. So the Cougars get a runner, but they strand him. They have stranded 6 tonight. For the Wolverines, coming up in the bottom of the 8th, it will be the top of the order, Hart, Rainier, and Moish. We head to the bottom of the 8th. Cougar 6, UVU 4.
Captain Sorensen here for the guaranteed best meatballs anywhere. Firehouse Subs meatball stuff.
King of the meatballs, that's for sure.
Without equal.
Well, technically, the Firehouse Meatball does have an equal. The Firehouse Meatball sub you eat today is just as amazing as the one you'll eat next week and every week after that.
So basically, they're co-rulers. Is that what you're saying?
I'll put it this way. Nothing compares. And no wonder, Firehouse Meatballs are specially blended with premium ground beef and pork, aged Parmesan cheese, toasted breadcrumbs, and Italian spices. And the crown? Our zesty marinara plus melted Wisconsin provolone. And the throne, please? Our perfectly toasted private recipe sub rolls. It's the classic Firehouse Meatball sub. Guaranteed to be the best meatballs you've had anywhere. Try it today, only at Firehouse Subs. Take one bite. Our way beats their way. If you don't agree, it's free.
Look for us on Facebook, Twitter, and firehousesubs.com.
Firehouse Subs, founded by firemen.
Let's get back to the game. Here's James Warnick and more UVU baseball on 960. The Zone.
Utah Valley trails 6-4 as we head to the bottom half of the 8th inning. Jordan Bianucci alongside James Warnick on what has been an interesting night, an entertaining game at least, frustrating at times for both teams, but especially if you're a Wolverine fan. The Wolverines have left 11 men on base. Both bullpens have looked pretty impressive for the Cougars and Utah Valley. It'll be Jordy Hart, the true leadoff man, to begin things here in the 8th. Righty on righty. Brandon Kinzer back out there for the Cougars as Hart foul tips one toward the Cougar dugout on the first base side. It's 0-1.
You talk about both bullpens have looked good. Both have had a lot of work tonight as BYU's had 5 pitchers, and the Kinzer is the 5th pitcher, and Utah Valley's had 6 in the contest. So lots of arms throwing here in this midweek game.
The 1-strike pitch coming. Fastball, check swing. He did not go around as the ball misses low and away. 1 ball, 1 strike to Jordy Hart. Hart tonight is 1 for 2. He doubled back in the 4th inning. He walked in the first, came around to score, part of a 2-run first for the Wolverines. 1-1 pitch. Fastball, strike 2 right there on the outside corner. 1-2 now. Following Hart, it'll be the catcher, Seth Rainier. Then Sean Moish to bat in the last of the 8th inning. Wind blowing out towards center. Kinzer working from the stretch with the bases empty. That one, curveball, swing and a miss. Now Hart hustling down to first base as the ball just got away to the right of the catcher Jarvis. He picks it up, throws him out, and there's 1 away. First strikeout of the night for Kinzer. It's only the 2nd hitter he's faced. He came in the 7th with 2 men in scoring position for the Wolverines. The go-ahead run at the plate, and after a pretty good at-bat, got Cam Zollinger to pop up to left field. So bases empty, 1 out. Here's Rainier. Fastball misses down low at 87. 1 ball, no strikes.
The Kinzer, as you said, Jordan, he's looked good for BYU so far. He's looking for the multiple innings save here. Came on to get the final out of the 7th. And trying to go 2 1/3 to get the save, it looks like, for the Cougars, the closer.
1-0 pitch, swung on, hit pretty well to center field, but in the ballpark. Settling under it is Lund. Brennan Lund will make the two-handed grab, and quickly 2 away here in the 8th for Utah Valley. So following this one, UVU will head on the road for a very important 3-game series with New Mexico State in Las Cruces. They're all important now, as the Sacramento State really has control of the first place in the conference, but it's everybody kind of huddled there in the middle in the WAC. The Wolverines in possession of 3rd place currently. Fastball swung on, fouled down the line. A liner that was hit quite a ways, actually, over the WAC banners that hang from the chain link fencing above the wall in foul territory down the left field line. Moish, the switch hitter, hitting from the left side against Kinzer. Moish grew up. He was a natural right-hander, and then when he was around 8 years old, he started hitting left-handed. His dad was a natural lefty as a ball misses inside. It's 1-1. And he taught Moish to hit from the left side. And ever since he's been hitting both ways, Moish prefers to hit from the left side, I beg your pardon, as opposed to the right. Patrick Wolf getting warm in the pen for UVU. The lefty down there, swing and a foul tip into the glove of Jarvis, and it's 1-2 to Moish.
Jordan, you talked about Utah Valley currently in 3rd place in the WAC standings. The top 6 teams advance to the WAC tournament. Going to be played down in Mesa, Arizona, down late May. BYU right now currently in 7th place in the West Coast Conference standings. Only 4 make the West Coast tournament.
1-2 pitch, struck him out, says Mike Reimer. Sean Moish can't believe it. He thought it was low. Either way, it was a good pitch. Fastball got him looking. So, the Wolverines go down quietly. We head to the 9th here on the Wolverines Sports Network. Brigham Young leads it 6-4.
I'm Tom Shane. You wouldn't buy a house just by looking at the real estate listing. You need to see the house, know its true condition. Likewise, you can't tell if a diamond has any sparkle just by looking at its lab certificate. Diamonds with the same lab grade have different amounts of sparkle depending both on their cut and where the inclusions are located inside the diamond. Most other jewelers buy their diamonds based on lab grade without seeing how much they sparkle. At Shane Company, we go to the diamond cutters, where the diamonds are first sorted by grade, and then we hand-pick the diamonds with the most sparkle from within each grade. You'll see that Shane Company diamonds sparkle more than other jewelers' diamonds with the same lab grade. Shane Company, like diamond importers, at the corner of State Street and 7200 South. Open weekdays till 8, Saturday till 5, closed Sundays. Online at shaneco.com.
Now back to UVU baseball only on 960 The Zone.
6-4, the Wolverines trail to the BYU Cougars as we head to the top of the 9th here. New pitcher on for the Wolverines. It's Patrick Wolf, the lefty out of Reno.
Patrick Wolf, as you said, Jordan, the left-hander. Good numbers on the season for Utah Valley, as Wolf's been a workhorse. 1-1 win-loss record, 2.66 earned run average. 14th appearance, he's pitched 23 2/3 innings of work, struck out 9, walked 10. And opponent's batting just 183 off of Wolf. That's the lowest opponent batting average of the Wolverines staff, 183, as Wolf has been very, very good for the Wolverines out of the pen this season.
Patty, as they call him, will face the top of the BYU order. It'll be Brennan Lund, Eric Urey, and J.C. Snyder. The Cougars, really in this inning, with the top of the order, would, best case scenario, put a few runs on the board and really put this one out of reach. They still lead by 2, but in college baseball, and we've seen at this park, just you never know. Nothing is safe. Lefty on lefty matchup. Lund Slightly open stance, bent at the knees from the left side. Wolf works from the stretch with the bases empty. Fastball at 83, I believe, and it's 0-1. Wolf, who came to UVU heavier, has lost a lot of weight and really gotten himself into great playing shape. The 0-1 pitch coming. Fastball misses away at 85, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, Jordan Wolf really an inspiration, an inspirational story. I mean, he came in, and I mean, the guy has worked so hard. He's lost something like 165 pounds. Just ever since he's arrived here in Orem, the true freshman last summer, he's just worked and worked and worked, and he's gotten himself in a great playing shape.
1-1 pitch. Lund chops one to second. Bogdan waits for it, reaches up, grabs it, throws to first, one away. So Lund is down here in the ninth, and here comes Eric Urey. Patrick Wolf, it is. It's an incredible story, and it has paid dividend. He has been terrific, as you mentioned earlier, for the Wolverines out of the bullpen all year. Of course, we're heading to Reno in a couple weeks to play one night at UNR. I told Patty, I'm like, we got to go to JJ's Pizza. I'm from Reno originally. Got to go to JJ's Pizza. And then, of course, Clint, he goes, Patty's not going to eat at JJ's. He's eating too healthy now. It's Parisi Pizza. Fastball swung on, fouled down the left field line near the Wolverine bullpen off the bat of Eric Urey. 0-1 to him.
Yeah, I think I need to take a step out of or a page out of his book and eat a little healthier myself, Jordan. It's a great inspirational story for Patrick Wolf, just how hard he's worked. And
I would agree with you, but it would be, as I have a Mountain Dew to my left and a chocolate chip cookie to my right.
That's right.
It would be a little hypocritical. I'm getting rid of this now, James. Starting now. Oh, and a ball hits him. So an off-speed pitch, and no, a good call actually by Mike Reimer. I was just about to say, the hitter, Eric Urey, leaned into the pitch. Not a tough call to make, and we see it often in college baseball. Guys who aren't throwing that hard, they'll lean into a pitch, try and get on base, and that's exactly what happened. It was a breaking ball at 69 miles an hour that didn't really break. Urey, rather than trying to get out of the way or just standing there, he actually kind of leaned his right thigh, kind of upper leg out there, and ball bounced off it, but the umpire says, no. Back to the plate, and the fans getting on Urey a little bit here at Brent Brown as we are just past 9 p.m. Foul tip back to the backstop, and it's 1-2. It's really just it's the diehards left right now in this cold weather. A few fans have left. Close to 5,000 people on hand tonight. Just maybe 1,500 left, 2,000 maybe.
Yeah, there was a huge crowd early in this one, though, when the sun was out. And with BYU up 6-4 and really cooled down here in the late innings, it seems like a lot have headed for the exits.
1-2 pitch coming to Urey. 6-4, BYU leads. We're in the top of the ninth. Bases empty, one out. Wolf set below the waist, throws. Fastball chopped to short, digging, or charging, and then trying to go back on it and misplaying it as Zollinger. It bounced over his head. So we'll see what that is ruled. Probably a base hit off the bat of Urey, or at least that's the first impression I would get. Zollinger definitely misplayed it, but there's really no way to tell if he would have been able to make the play anyway.
Yeah, you got to give that one a hit. I mean, kind of a tough play, an in-betweener that Zollinger started back, came in, kind of tried to decide what he was going to do, and at the last instant, it took a tough hop, sailed over his head, so that's going to be scored a hit there. For Urey.
He sealed his fate when he started to charge. Had he stayed back, really we wouldn't know if that... It looked like... I think the ball may have gotten over his head anyway if he would have stayed back. That ball was chopped high. Throw over to first base. Hitting now is the right-hander J.C. Snyder. Snyder with the gray away pants pulled up just below the knees and the old-fashioned stirrups. That pitch swung on, foul tipped out of the glove of Ryanier. It's 0-1.
Jordan, I've got to give a final score update in Eugene, Oregon. The UVU softball team, they took Oregon to the wire. Number one, the top-ranked Oregon Ducks in softball, the Wolverine softball team took them to the wire, but Oregon prevailed 5-4. So really got to give a shout-out to Coach Nikki Palmer's Wolverine softball club, taking number one Oregon right to the wire, but Oregon pulling it out 5-4.
Wolf checks on Urey again. 0-1 still to Snyder, so that's impressive. And I'll tell you another thing you mentioned the out-of-town scoreboard. Seattle outlasted number 13 Washington at UW as Wolf again checks on the runner. Seattle wins that one 6-3. So the WAC actually having a pretty good showing tonight. Bakersfield right now trailing CS Northridge 7-6. That game only in the bottom of the 5th inning. North Dakota fell. It's a fastball misses away. It's 1-1 rather. North Dakota fell to North Dakota State 4-3. Switch that. North Dakota State lost to North Dakota. I beg your pardon. Sacramento State beat Menlo 7-1. That's a final. And Northern Colorado held on 6-2 to beat Air Force. That game in Greeley. Swing and a miss. And it's 1-2 to J.C. Snyder.
When you talked about that big win for Seattle University over 13th ranked Washington Huskies, that'll be the next team Utah Valley will play here in Orem. So it'll be a week and a half from now, 9th through 11th of May. That'll be the final home series for the Wolverines as Seattle U Redhawks will come to town. That, as I said, the final home series, 9th through the 11th of May against Seattle U.
And what a series. It seems like we overstated, but because you only play 30 games, essentially, in your conference, every series is so huge. Now time is taken as a ball gets away from the UVU bullpen. But come out to the ballpark, plenty of good seats available for that Seattle series left. But UVU will tend to New Mexico State this weekend as they still trying to win, got a little distracted there as I'm listening to the heckles, as they still try to strive for that WAC pennant. I have a general rule. I don't know if that caught our crowd mic, but somebody just, as Wolf checked again on the runner in this late game, it's cold. Someone yelled, "Come on, pitcher." Okay, in my rule. You can heckle them. You just have to know their name. That's all. That's my only rule is, as a ball misses away, it's 2-2 to Snyder. Keep your comments clean as far as you can, but you have to know the person's name, because if you yell out the position, it doesn't sound right. Isn't it more personal to heckle when you know his name anyway?
That's true. I got to agree with you.
Ball fouled back to the rooftop to count 2 balls, 2 strikes. At least that's how it's been for us. When people personally heckle us in the booth and they just yell out, "Hey, UVU broadcasters, you guys are the worst." I go, they don't, what do they know? But when they say, Jordan Bianucci and James Warnick, what a terrible pair of broadcasters. Boy, that hits to the core, doesn't it, James?
That's right.
Jeez. My goodness. 2-2. Runner on first, 1 out in the 9th. 6-4, the Cougars lead. Patrick Wolf doing as much as he can to anger this fan below us.
I'm looking at the Wolverine bullpen, the lefty and righty warming. It looks like Nate Sylvester and Matt Davidson are warming up.
2-2 strung on and missed. It was a foul tip, actually, and Rainier tags Snyder to complete the strikeout.
Yeah, nice strikeout there by Patrick Wolf. He managed to strike out Snyder. As I said, it's Nate Sylvester, the left-hander, and Matt Davidson, the right-hander, look to be up and warming in the UVU bullpen if Wolf gets in any more trouble.
So now they'll face Whitney, and here comes Dave Carter to have a chat, and this will not make our friend here in the 4th row very happy. You can understand his issue is, we all do it. I wait for the train every day to, take to school, and when it's late, that's all I do, James. It's just, the train's not there, but you can't help but just, "Come on, train! Get here! Come on!"
Jordan, my question is now, does the fan yell, "Come on, pitching coach"? What do you yell here?
Well,
come on, timeout?
Here is the exception to the rule. If it's the pitching coach of the other team that you do not know, and that's understandable, you can yell out "coach." I can go with coach.
Okay.
I can live with that one. But if you could pinpoint it as Dave Carter and go, "Dave, come on," now that would impress me, and that deserves a reward, I would say, of some guy.
That's right.
I take maybe not a reward. Runner at first base, 2 outs. The hitter is Brock Whitney. The first pitch to the right-hander is inside, and it's 1-0. This game, just over 3 hours old. The man at first is Eric Urey. Small lead held on by Riley White. Another throw over there. As the flag continues to blow out towards center field. BYU leads 6-4 here in the ninth. Wolf throws. This one swung on, fouled away off to the right side. The count's even at 1-1. For Utah Valley in the ninth inning, it'll be Mark Kruger, Riley White, and Kate Andrus. 4, 5, and 6. Assuming there are no pinch hitters. BYU here trying to score, trying to get some insurance runs. Outfield deep all the way around for UVU. Hart a hair to the left and center. The pitch, fastball, fouled away again. 1 ball, 2 strikes. I will say, when I do yell at the train, it doesn't come any faster.
I was going to ask you that also. Does that help? Does it make you feel better?
It doesn't. I mean, if you're asking me what makes me feel better, I guess it doesn't.
It makes you feel better when the train arrives, though.
I do feel better when the train arrives. It's good insight. The 1-2 swung on, chopper to short. Coming over is the third baseman. Slesk has it. Will go to second, and he's safe. I can't believe it, Slesk. It was a good call. I think it was very close. But Slesk on the slow chopper decided to go to second instead of to first base, and it costs him. So, an infield hit on the fielder's choice, I believe. Is that a rule? Did they rule that a hit or an error?
I think they just ruled it a straight fielder's choice.
Just a straight fielder's choice. 5-4 rather, on the fielder's choice. And Celeste, I don't know if you saw Whitney running up the line. However, I think they would have got him. The ball was hit, chopped toward that 5.5 hole on the left side. Celeste cut off Zollinger, the shortstop, and I assumed was going to go to first, but instead went to second. And, well, he was safe there. So Urey at second base, and the Cougars now with 2 men on for the left-handed hitting Caldwell. Kelton Caldwell takes a first pitch fastball up high, and it's 1-0.
Yeah, on that previous play, I can see why Slesk decided to go to second. I guess all his momentum was taking him towards the second base bag, and he thought, I probably won't have time to get him at first if I turn my body, throw to first, so he decided to go to second, but the runner, Urey, was able to beat it out.
Lefty on lefty matchup here. The 1-0 pitch in the dirt, and I stopped by Rainier. It's 2-0. That's an interesting point because I saw that too. It was his momentum was taking him that way, and he was bringing back the right arm to throw it, and I see that sidearm coming out, and it just automatically, I think, oh, he's going across the diamond to first base, but that very good point. All his momentum taking him to second, though Urey, give him credit, was hustling on the play and got there. 2 balls, no strikes, the count of the left-handed hitting Caldwell. Caldwell tonight singled and scored back in the 6th. 2-0 outside, and it's 3-0 now. So Patrick Wolf having a hard time finding the plate. Now will step off the back of the mound and take his time here. Try and throw a strike. Does not want to load the bases.
Jordan, now we've been updated that the official score changed that last play to a hit. So an infield hit for Brock Whitney there. So they thought, looking at it again on the replay, that Whitney would be able to beat it out at first base.
Now Wolf steps off the slab again, looks back at the runners. Do they have the benefit of a replay over there?
They have the live video stream on WolverineGreen.com you can go back and look at.
3-0 pitch is a strike. Fastball in the outside corner.
I guess we've got to be smart enough to sync that up on our laptops there,
I know,
Jordan.
I'm going, why do we not have the video? But, no, so that's good to know. Whitney with speed up the line. They give him the hit. 6-4. Wolverines trail in the ninth. 2 men on, 2 men out. 3 balls, 1 strike. The pitch swung on, popped up, out of play. And the count will run full. The netting here at Brent Brown Ballpark is, well, one of the largest backstops I've ever seen. The net runs from the dugout of each team's dugout near the on-deck circles up to the rooftop, the aluminum or tin rooftop here that it's not really aluminum or tin, but it sounds like when the ball hits it. But up to the overhang, attaches there, and comes all the way down. So if you're a fan in the seats, you rarely have a chance at a souvenir. the only chance you really have sitting behind home plate is if the ball somehow gets through that little open space between the rooftop and where the netting connects. And Patrick Wolf once again steps off the slab, looks the runners back, and that man may have just had a heart attack. My Lord, get somebody get a doctor. Fastball misses high and away. He walked it.
I heard him yell, "Come on!"
Is he okay? Bases loaded. This kid's he's gonna lose it. Oh man. So the Cougars now in a good spot. Base hit, and the Wolverines would have a very tough time coming back here. This inning began somewhat harmlessly with a ground out to second, then a single, then a strikeout. Since that time, there's been a base hit and a walk. An infield hit and a walk, I should say. Right-handed hitter Brett Lopez up there now. Hit the 2-run homer back in the 6th inning. Check swing, went around. Lopez did, says Mike Reimer at home plate. 0-1. There's a fastball that was low, and Lopez is frustrated with himself as he steps out of the box. Now digs back in. He adjusts his batting gloves. So nowhere to put Lopez. Bases loaded in the 9th. 2 outs. Wolf, the left-hander, on the mound. Just trying to keep it close. That pitch swung on, fouled away, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, Jordan, this really is a big situation here. I mean, the Cougars have the lead, but this is a big situation. 6-4 is our score. Bases loaded for BYU. Brett Lopez, he's homered in this game. And I mean, a double, something that's going to score a couple of runs, that's going to break the game open for BYU as the Wolverines only have 1 at-bat remaining. So let's see if Patrick Wolf can get Lopez here.
It will. 0-2. Wolf has to be careful with a man on third. He steps off the slab and takes time, wants to run through the signs again. A base hit, you really said it, would really deflate the Wolverines, especially with 2 outs. The 0-2. Fastball, swung on and missed. He struck him out. Lopez went chasing up around the lettering of his uniform. A fastball at 86 miles an hour, but he got him. So, last chance coming for the Wolverines here in the bottom of the 9th. Stick around here on 960 The Zone and WolverineGreen.com. Wolverines trail by 2.
Game management is brought to you by Les Olson Company. The difference between success and failure can come down to game management. Partner with the pros at Les Olson Company to manage all of your document needs. Managing the flow of information is vital to the success of any business. Les Olson Company provides its partners with a full range of document management solutions backed by a veteran team of professionals. More than paper and ink, more than hardware and technology, this is a partnership. Visit us online at lesolson.com or any of our 7 locations. Les Olson Company, your business, ours.
Hey, Wolverine fans, this is UVU President Matthew Holland, and I would like to personally invite you to join the Wolverine Club. The Wolverine Club coordinates social activities, pays tribute to student athletes, and honors alumni and friends who provide support to the athletic program. Donated contributions provide academic and athletic opportunities for over 300 Utah Valley University student athletes annually. There are many benefits for Wolverine Club members, including courtside seating, club luncheons, dinners, and much, much more. Be a Wolverine, support scholarships, and join the Wolverine Club.
Now back to UVU baseball only on 960 The Zone.
We head to the bottom half of the 9th. Last chance for the Wolverines. They trail by 2. Back in to pitch the 9th is Brandon Kinzer in relief. He came back, or rather he came into the ballgame in the 7th inning and has pitched very well, retiring 4 hitters. He will face Mark Kruger, Riley White, and Cade Andrus here in the 9th inning. It was Mark Kruger who at the plate in the 6th inning with the bases loaded struck out on 3 straight nasty curveballs from Chris Howard, the left-handed pitcher. And BYU got out of the jam. BYU's gotten themselves, and Wolverine have put some base runners on, but the Cougars have gotten out of jams. Give them credit, they've done well. First pitch fastball right there to Kruger at 86 miles an hour, 0-1.
So if you're Mark Kruger here for Utah Valley, you don't need a home run. You just need to get on base. The Wolverines down 2 runs. Kruger, big hitter, but right now you just need a base runner. You need Kruger to try to do anything he can to get on base.
1-strike pitch. Fastball misses low. It's 1-1 to Mark. A lot of room in the outfield. Everybody playing deep. They don't want to give up a double to Kruger to begin the inning. Wind blowing out towards left center now, kind of going back between center and left. Breaking ball misses low, 2-1. And you look at the score and you look at last inning, at least the feel of it, and it was so long, and Wolf ended up laboring out there, and the bases were loaded, yet the Wolverines still only trail by 2 runs here in the 9th. 2-1, swung on, popped up, will get out of play, giving chases to third baseman Snyder. He will not make the grab. He misjudged it or something. He overran it, for one thing, and the ball landed near home plate in the Wolverine bullpen. And so Snyder could not put that one away, and Kruger catches a break.
Yeah, it's definitely a break for Kruger. It definitely looked like Snyder overran it. Tried to come back at the last instant there as he knew he'd overran it, but he kind of slipped, lost his footing there by the home plate in the bullpen.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Kruger. That one swung on, line drive, right field, coming over and letting it fall for a base hit is Caldwell. Kruger in there with a leadoff single, and the tying run will come to the plate. Kruger lined a fastball into right field, and Kelton Caldwell very wisely played it on one hop, not trying to make the spectacular diving catch that would have put Kruger at least third base. Just let it fall in front of him. And here is Riley White with a man on first base, nobody out. White represents the tying run.
So Mark Kruger might have to buy J.C. Snyder dinner after this one, as Snyder misplayed that foul ball. On the next pitch, Kruger lined it into right for the base hit.
Fastball misses down and in. It's 1-0. And I'll tell you, Snyder's not making any friends in the stands with the kids, because after that foul ball drop, he didn't toss it to a bunch of kids' car. He put it in the UVU dugout. So the kid's not happy down there with Snyder right now. In fact, Snyder playing well off the bag at third. The left-handed hitter swings and fouls it back and out of play. Riley White hitting .241 this season. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count to him. Kinzer, I beg your pardon. Into the stretch. Bent at the waist, now nods. Comes set at the waist, checks Kruger, short lead at first. The pitch to White. Fastball high and away. Oh my goodness. Oh. A late strike called from Mike Reimer, and that wasn't a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So White, tough call there. That ball was above the waist and off the plate outside. We've seen the off the plate, but above the waist, Mike Reimer hasn't called that tonight. He's been fairly consistent. 1-2 now, though, to White. The pitch. Fastball swung on, fouled out of play again. And this is Riley White doing what he does, taking good at bats.
Yeah,
seeing a lot of pitches.
Definitely a nice job there by Riley, managing to foul that one. Foul that out of play. As the previous pitch was called a strike, didn't look like a strike at all from up here, but White, knowing the situation, fouling it off, and hopefully Riley can get one here. They can get the bat on and get a base hit, get on base.
Right, the tying run. No outs in the 9th. Curveball missed even too far outside for Mike Reimer to call it a strike. 2-2. That one was in the other batter's box, but now getting on Mike Reimer, that's a tough call beforehand, but he has been very good all night, in my opinion.
Jordan White, I'm looking at him 0 for 4 tonight, so he's definitely due right now for Utah Valley.
Kruger with the lead. The pitch. Swung on, back to the screen. Just getting a piece of it, staying alive. 2 balls, 2 strikes to White. Kruger with just a couple steps off the bag, guarding the line, playing even with the bag at first base, no longer holding him on over there, is Brock Whitney. So should White rip one down the line, it could be a double play ball. A lot of room in left center, though. Shading him to the right center is Lund. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And that was a great fastball from Brandon Kinzer down in the zone. Riley went chasing. And he's furious as he heads back to the dugout. Just missed it. And not a pitch to swing at. It would have been ball 3, but a little too appetizing from Kinzer. And now 1 down, and here's Cade Andrus.
Yeah, great pitch from Brandon Kinzer. Low heater there, just below the zone, but White had to go after it, trying to protect there, and couldn't come up with it as he struck out.
First pitch, fastball down and away. Backhanded nicely by Jarrett Jones. Or Jarrett Jarvis, as I just glance at the... It's late, James. It's past...
Can't read your handwriting, Jordan.
Man. 1 ball, no strikes. I feel like I've left 11 men on base tonight.
That's right.
Kruger at first. The tying run, Andrus at the plate. 1-0. In there for a strike. and it's 1-1. So now Andrus has seen it. A fastball that was there. He steps out of the batter's box, exhales. Andrus only hitting 175 this season. Is looking to get a base hit or possibly tie the game with a home run. That one swung on, fouled back. He just missed a fastball in the outside corner, and it's 1-2 to him. Waiting on deck is Grayson Bogdan, the right-handed hitter. Nobody up in the pen for the Cougars. It's only Kinzer out there. Brandon Kinzer now steps on the rubber, his left foot off, kind of slanted toward the first base side. Now he comes set straight on. Checks the runner at first. The 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball. Whoa. That one broke a little high, but what a breaking ball from Kinzer there at 73. A curveball, and it's 2-2.
Jordan, you mentioned no one's up in the pen for BYU. Kinzer, as we talked about last inning, the closer has 4 saves on the season for BYU, trying to go for the multiple innings save as he came on back in the 7th. So tough to ask Kinzer to pitch that long, but so far he's doing a nice job for the Cougars.
He is, and now back holding Kruger on first base with the right-handed hitter up there is Whitney. 2-2 pitch. Fastball swung on and lifted foul off to the right side. Giving chase is Whitney, but it's going to get out of play. And the count remains at 2 balls, 2 strikes. So, once again, the Wolverines threatening here as they trail by 2 in the 9th inning to BYU. Kruger at first, 1 out. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Andrus. Kruger, okay speed. His run doesn't matter. It's the man at the plate who represents the tying run. Outfield deep all the way around. Kinzer throws. Swing, and he chased a fastball, got out of the mid, but there's a runner at first. Andrus doesn't realize it, but instinctively running down as he swung and tried to check his swing at the last minute, but went around, and there are 2 down in the inning. Second strikeout, consecutive strikeout for Kinzer, 4th of the night, and the Wolverines are down to their last out. Here's Grayson Bogdan.
Yeah, after Kruger had that nice at-bat to lead off the inning, getting the single into right field, Kinzer really bear down and struck out White and Andrus. He has 2 out, just a runner on first. And it's up to Grayson Bogdan now for the Wolverines.
So here's Bogdan, right-handed hitter. The pitch to him, fastball, strike 1 on the outside corner. Bogdan tonight, he's walked, scored a run. Actually, he's walked 3 times, scored 2 runs, and popped up in the 3rd. He is 0 for 1 officially. Kruger being held on at first again. The pitch, fastball, strike 2, and the Wolverines are down to their final strike. 6-4, Cougars with the 2-run lead here in the bottom of the 9th inning. No balls, 2 strikes. Kinzer's set, he throws. Ball in the dirt blocked by Jarvis, and caroms to the left. He regains it, and it's 1-2 to Bogdan.
I like that base running there by Mark Kruger, staying put at first base. As you never want to take any chances with you're not the tying run. I mean, you just got to be so careful in situations like that. And that ball did scoot away from Jarvis quite a ways, but nice job by Kruger to stay put there at first.
Yeah, Kruger knows that his run means nothing without Bogdan. 1-2 pitch coming to the tying run. Swing, fouled back to the screen, just staying alive. Fastball at 88 there. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. Eric Matson's son, I believe it's Maddox there, the bat boy, coming out, retrieving the baseball. 1-2. Kinzer nods his head, now comes set at the waist. 1-2. Curveball, check swing. Did he go around? No, he didn't. It's a ball, a curveball on the outside. Bogdan offered at, but did not swing at. Says Mike Reimer. No appeal down to the first base umpire, Randy Upton, and the count is even at 2-2. So Bogdan has worked himself out of an 0-2 hole. Kinzer peers in. The pitch. Ball in the dirt. Full count. Jarvis doing a heck of a job there behind home plate, blocking these pitches and springing out of that crouch, making sure Kruger stays at first, though his run, again, really means nothing as the Wolverines trail by 2, bottom of the 9th inning.
Yeah, great at bat right now by Bogdan as he's been able to take a couple of tough pitches here, and he's worked the count full.
Kruger now not being held on, good-sized lead. Full count to Bogdan, 2 outs. The pitch. Swung, line drive, foul down the left field line. And goodness, that one was hit hard. Well out in front of it, though, was Bogdan. Grayson Bogdan hitting .259 this season. 3 home runs. 19 runs batted in. A 4th home run would mean a tie game here at Brent Brown. BYU 6, Utah Valley 4. Kinzer once again peers in. Looks at Kruger. And comes set at the belt. Swung on. Base hit up the middle. Got a hard hit ball. Kruger's going to try to go to third. He'll make it. Bogdan rounds first base. And the tying run is on base. And look who it is. Craig Brinkerhoff's going to pinch hit. Bogdan, not a great base hit, did what he had to do. He got jammed on a fastball, but had enough strength to put it up the middle. And it's interesting. Kruger takes third on the single from Bogdan. Runners on the corners now. Brinkerhoff, who did not start the ball game and has been hindered by a bad hamstring since Sunday afternoon's game. He came up limping after he doubled against Northern Colorado. Did not start tonight. He will pinch hit with the tying run at first base.
Eric Madsen will come out for Utah Valley. He's going to call time and bring his troops together. Wants the base runners to come in as well as Brinkerhoff, his pinch hitter, with a big situation here. And this is a situation you kind of dream of as a kid. Craig Brinkerhoff, big hitter for the Wolverines. He's hit a number of home runs on the season. Had a huge one at BYU. He hit one over the scoreboard at Larry H. Miller Field about a month ago. And it'll be Brinkerhoff here. He's the winning run at the plate. The tying run is on first. As Grayson Bogdan with just a fantastic at bat came through with the 2-out single moments ago.
I'm speechless, James. It was a terrific at bat. Bogdan at first. He is the tying run. 2 outs. Brinkerhoff hits from the right side, 287 average. Kinzer comes set. He throws. Fastball, strike 1 on the outside corner. Just like clockwork right there from Kinzer. A fastball, first pitch, strike, outside corner. Now standing up out of the crouch is Jarvis, peering into the dugout, getting the sign. Brinkerhoff, tall right-handed hitter, slightly open stance, bent at the knees, waving that bat slightly out in front of home plate. Everyone gets very quiet here. The 0-1 pitch coming from Kinzer. Fastball, or rather a breaking ball down in the zone, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. So a nice mixture from Kinzer this inning of breaking balls and fastballs. Brinkerhoff coming off the bench cold here. Pinch hitting in the 9th for Zach Slesk, the 8th spot. 2 men on, 2 men out. 6-4 BYU. The pitch, fastball swung on and missed. And he went chasing. The fastball outside, just, well, not too far outside. A good swing and a miss, but the Wolverines once again down to their final strike.
Yeah, Brinkerhoff had a big cut on that one, but just couldn't catch up with the heater away. So let's see what Kinzer brings here with the count 1-2.
Bogdan, good speed at first. The pitch, low and away. And a collective sigh of relief from Wolverine fans around the world, James.
Yeah, that was very, very close.
A fastball that we may have seen that called for a strike tonight. Reimer has called those outside pitches. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kinzer throws. Fastball swung on and fouled back over our heads, and the count remains at 2-2.
Yeah, nice job by Brinkerhoff there to battle and protect with the fastball outside, able to foul it back up over our heads, as you said.
Should Brinkerhoff swing and connect, Bogdan would be flying away from first. The tying run. Brinkerhoff the go-ahead run. 2-2 pitch. Check swing, and it got away. Bogdan heads to second. And a huge 90 feet. And the count is full to Brinkerhoff. So a ball in the dirt. Got away from Jarvis to the left just far enough that Bogdan read it well and advanced to second on the wild pitch. Now Jarvis takes off his mask and wants to make sure he's getting the correct signs from the coaching staff in the dugout there on the first base side. He checks his wrist, where he must have a, can't see, but a wristband telling him what the signs are. So Bogdan at second. 180 feet from tying this game. Full count to Brinkerhoff. Outfield, deep, straight away. Everybody straight away for the Cougars. Kinzer taking his time, peering in, has what he wants. Now comes set at the belt. The 3-2 pitch. And it hit him! A breaking ball comes inside. It didn't break. Curveball stayed up, and it turning away from it was Brinkerhoff, and it hit him. And here we'll have another pinch hitter. The bases are loaded for Bo Callis. It's been a sloppy game, but it has not lacked for drama. So here's Bo Callis, right-handed hitter. The winning run at first, and Brinkerhoff, who has a bad hammy, will be replaced with a pinch runner. We can't see who it is yet. I imagine it'll be maybe Zach Fuller coming out. And it is. No, it is not. I beg your pardon. Yeah, it is Zach Fuller. So they will use Fuller to run here. The utility infielder. He's played at third this year for the Wolverines. He represents the winning run. I say go-ahead run. He represents the winning run.
So some strategic coaching moves here by Coach Eric Madsen. Brinkerhoff bringing him in to pinch hit. His big batter was able to get hit with a payoff pitch, and now he brings up Bo Callis to pinch hit here with the bases loaded.
6-4, BYU leading. 2 outs. That one swung on and fouled off to the right. 0-1 to Callis. Callis only hitting .221 this season. Does have 1 home run, 8 RBIs. A base hit would tie this ball game. Bogdan at second with good speed. Kinzer laboring. The right-handed pitcher comes set. The pitch. Fastball away. 1 ball, 1 strike, well out of the zone. A pass ball would allow 1 run to score. 2-run ball game, bottom of the 9th inning. As the Wolverines trail by 2 runs, the bases are loaded. Righty on righty matchup. Bo Callis, the pinch hitter, hitting for Cam Zollinger. Callis waits. Kinzer, the 1-1. Swung on and fouled back to the screen, and once again, the Wolverines are down to their final strike. Callis will walk out of the batter's box and blow on his hands, rub them together with his batting gloves on. Kinzer will head out to the slab or clean it up out there, scraping his spikes across the rubber. Now the right-hander peers in once again. The runners with short leads. Tying run at second for the Wolverines. Go-ahead run at first. Winning run at first. 1-2 pitch. Ball misses low and away. And a gutsy take from Bo Callis, and the count is even at 2-2.
Yeah, another borderline pitch there. We've seen a few of them this inning from Brandon Kinzer. And the Wolverines get the benefit of the call there, as that one just called for a ball off the plate.
2 out. Bases loaded. BYU leading 6-4, bottom of the 9th inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the Callis. Kinzer set, now steps off the slab and wipes his brow. A righty getting warm in the pen, just in case for the Wolverines. Callis hitting .278 with runners in scoring position this season. 2-2 pitch coming. Wind blowing out to right. The pitch. A ball missed low and away. And it's 3-2. And you could hear the few BYU fans here in the crowd. Not a few, but the BYU fans that are here at Brent Brown let out a cheer as if it were going to be called strike 3, but low and away, and the count is full. So the runners will be on the move. A base hit could win the game here. Kinzer comes set. He throws. Swing and a foul down the third base line. A chopper, and we'll do it all over again.
Yeah, Jordan.
Go ahead, James.
Apologize, Jordan. You think about just a big situation it is here, and even bigger with the count being full, the runner's in motion. As I watched on that last, I mean, that definitely will really help the Wolverines as they get going. I mean, even the winning run could score from first here on a base hit.
Fuller with pretty good speed at first, exactly. Big alleyways open. 3-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. He struck him out. And it was ball 4. Callis went up chasing a fastball up above the lettering of his uniform, and the BYU Cougars win it. So UVU loads the bases in the 9th, but ultimately they leave them stranded. And how often have we said that tonight? UVU left 14 men stranded, but what a ball game. Not a real well-played game necessarily on either side, but a close game and a tough loss for the Wolverines in a crosstown battle with their, I guess you could, their rival, BYU, you could say, their out-of-conference rival. So each team this season in 2014 takes one at each other's ballpark. And this one was definitely a little more exciting, drama-wise, than the one over at Miller Park. But the Cougars come through and get the win. The Wolverines, the final score, they lose, but 6-4. So we'll come back and talk about this one on the Wolverine Green post-game show, but we thank you for being with us for the duration of the ball game. Once again, the Wolverines fall to BYU tonight, 6-4. Stick around. We will come back on the Wolverine Sports Network with the post-game show following shortly.
Captain Sorensen here for the guaranteed best meatballs anywhere. Firehouse Subs Meatball Sub.
King of the meatballs, that's for sure.
Without equal.
Well, technically, the Firehouse Meatball does have an equal. The Firehouse Meatball Sub you eat today is just as amazing as the one you'll eat next week and every week after that.
So basically, they're co-rulers. Is that what you're saying?
I'll put it this way. Nothing compares. And no wonder, Firehouse Meatballs are specially blended with premium ground beef and pork, aged Parmesan cheese, toasted breadcrumbs, and Italian spices. And the crown? Our zesty marinara plus melty Wisconsin provolone. And the throne, please? Our perfectly toasted private recipe sub rolls. It's the classic Firehouse Meatball Sub. Guaranteed to be the best meatballs you've had anywhere. Try it today, only at Firehouse Subs. Take one bite. Our way beats their way. If you don't agree, it's free.
Look for us on Facebook, Twitter, and FirehouseSubs.com.
Firehouse Subs, founded by firemen.
Stay ahead of the game. Know your opponent and understand your assets. Leveraging technology to manage the flow of information is key to the success of any business and organization. From multifunction copiers and printers to sophisticated software programs, Les Olson Company provides its partners with a full range of document management solutions, backed by a veteran team of professionals. Rethink documents. Rethink information. Think Les Olson Company. Visit us online at lesolson.com or any of our 7 locations. Les Olson Company. Your business empowered.
Now back to UVU baseball only on 960 The Zone.
Jordan Bianucci alongside James Warnick as we bring you the Wolverine post-game show here on 960 The Zone and WolverineGreen.com. The Wolverines fall tonight to the Brigham Young Cougars, 6-4 the final, but James, an entertaining ball game.
Yeah, it definitely was, Jordan, and that's exactly what I was going to say. Kind of one you want to come to as a fan. I mean, if you're a Wolverine fan, you're going to be a little upset the Wolverines didn't pull it out, lost 6-4, but definitely a fun one here with BYU in town. Huge crowd on hand. Over 4,000 fans here to watch this one tonight. And, I mean, it went right down to the wire. You got to give the Wolverines credit there in the 9th on BYU's stud closer, Kinzer, on the mound. The Wolverines made it interesting. They loaded the bases, drama the game on the line, and Kinzer managed to strike out the pinch hitter for Utah Valley, Bo Callis, with the game on the line to seal the win for the Cougars.
Yeah, Kinzer came 3-2, and he missed, actually, with a high fastball up around the neck of Callis. Callis, with a 3-2 count, all wound up. He chased it, and Kinzer, really, he struggled in that 9th a little bit, ultimately coming through, but Kinzer was terrific coming in the 7th and pitching to get that save for the Cougars. It was an entertaining game in a lot of aspects. It was a game of futility for both clubs, and BYU ultimately comes through in the clutch more than UVU does. looking at the totals here, BYU scored 6 runs, 11 hits, no errors. They left 9 men on base. UVU scored 4 runs, had 8 hits, committed 2 errors in the field, and left 14 men on base. That's unprecedented. I mean, normally, you lose a game in the last at bat like that with the go-ahead run at first base, but you left 14 men on ultimately, and well, when you leave 14 men on, you shouldn't win those games, and UVU came much closer than really you can say they should have, leaving all those opportunities on the field. They left the bases loaded in the 9th and back in the 6th. So, and then 2 in the 4th and 2 in the 2nd as well. Just not a good night for the Wolverines coming through offensively, and you have to hand it to the BYU bullpen.
Yeah, no, I'd have to agree with you, Jordan. That was kind of the storyline in my mind. I mean, the Wolverines couldn't get the job done. They just didn't manage to capitalize in the big situations. As you said, stranding 14 base runners. It's hard to win a game when you strand 14 base runners on 14 runners on the base pass, and I mean, it's just way too many.
Saying that out loud, it's incredible. 14 guys. That's it's just brutal.
Especially, as you said, a couple times, leaving the bases loaded, leaving 2 men on base a couple of times as well. I look, BYU, they stranded 9 men on the base pass. So, I mean, they left a lot of guys out there as well. But the BYU just did just enough to get this midweek in-state rivalry game as they won by a final score of 6-4. And hats off to Kinzer, the closer there. 3 innings saved for BYU.
Yeah, and BYU struggling this season in conference play comes through tonight with a win that can really, I think, then give them some momentum going into the weekend. UVU will need to forget about this one and head into New Mexico State. Our next broadcast will come to you from Las Cruces on Friday. That game, I believe, at 6 p.m. Mountain Time? I have to check on that to make sure.
I believe it is.
Earlier.
It is.
It is.
6 o'clock start. It'll be Clint Berge. You're not making the trip, are you, Jordan?
I will not. Clint Berge will be on the call, but
those will just be on WolverineGreen.com as well.
Exactly. This game, more than anything, I think tonight, James, even with all the mistakes and the misplays, but just the fun of it and the crowd, you said over 4,000 on hand, is really a testament and really just the fans begging for more of these games, I think. And it's unfortunate these two teams only play twice a year. But UVU splits it with the Cougars in 2014 as they did with the Utes as well.
I was just going to say that the Wolverines ended up splitting the season series against all in-state teams. They went 2-2 against in-state opponents, 1-1 against the Cougars, 1-1 against the Utes. So, I mean, Utah Valley's showing they definitely can play with the big-name clubs, can play with BYU, can play with Utah. And they lost tonight, but, I mean, they beat BYU 8-3 in Provo a month ago. And definitely, these are fun games here where the crowd comes out. The crowd's a lot more excited when the Wolverines play the Cougars here, and it was a fun game tonight.
Well, it was electric. It was a lot of fun. Looking at the time of the ball game, it was 3 hours and 40 minutes, just a marathon. Attendance 4,122 officially on hand here at Brent Brown. The seats were all full, the berm almost full, so just about 900 shy of a sellout. The weather was very cold all night with the wind blowing out all night, but really only one home run, and that came in left field. Really didn't the wind didn't come into play all that much. BYU improves to 17-25 overall. UVU falls to 19-23 as they head to New Mexico. So, for my broadcast partner James Warnick, I'm Jordan Bianucci saying so long for now from Brent Brown Ballpark. UVU loses this one by a final score of BYU 6, Utah Valley 4.
Been a presentation of UVU baseball.
Thanks.
68.
Hey, thank you. Thanks, Jake. Appreciate it.
See you later.
See you.